Alrighty, hello, welcome back. How's it going, Crisp? Phoenix Wrong, Deuce Detective. Followed by Raspberry sounds because, you know, Deuce like poop, get it? Well, happy Wednesday, you're halfway through the week. And a couple more days till the weekend. I wasn't sure I was gonna stream today, but I figured I may as well try and finish up this. I don't think we'll finish this game today, but we can get pretty close to it. and then tomorrow it's gonna be tomorrow it's going to be, what's it called? Tomorrow we're gonna react to the Nintendo Direct. So I'm gonna do that, and then I guess maybe so after that, if there's any game left in Justice for All, we'll finish that up, and then I'll figure out what to do afterward. Now though, I believe we're on the last segment of of Case 3, which is the trial. Excuse me. So I don't know how long this will take. Hopefully we can wrap it up. And then move on to, I guess, try to do as much of the final case as we possibly can, right? There are a few trophies for last case as well. We'll get to those when we, you know, have the chance. Right. Good morning, Max. Oh, yeah. Good morning, sweeties. You don't seem like your usual sparkling self today. I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I'm working up to it. Tea. Don't get nervous, Max. See here. Have a glass of milk. Regina. Hold on. I think I should move over here for these, right? I think this is probably the best place for me. Maybe. I don't know. How fabulous, my sweetie pie princess. Came to watch my performance today? Of course I did. Mo told me that I should come and watch this. Mo said that? So what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess, you'll flap yet? It's not that kind of show. Isn't that right, my sweeties? Huh? I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on. Or even where she is. Well, Max, looks like it's about time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today, I'm just a member of the audience. Fabulous. Enjoy yourself out there. She has no idea. Good luck, Max. You're the best. Regina's different, don't you think, Nick? Top of the morning to you. Everybody, let's get ready to get stuck in legal limbo. How low can you go? Mo. Top of the morning to you, governor. Top of the morning. That's ticket. Attacking the day starts with energy in the morning. The earlier bird gets the worm, but then again, worms lack higher brain function. Here, Max, I brought you a present. Have some milk. Oh my, thanks. So how are you today, Wright? Well, I got the feeling that today I'm going to face off against the real culprit. You mean Acro? Huh? You think he did it? Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line. Literally. He's got guts to spare. If all I got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is, I'm used to it already. It just means I won't be able to press him like I can other witnesses. What are you going to do then, Nick? I guess today we'll just have to do without our usual psychological warfare. Today we rely on evidence. It's the only way we'll get past Acro and to the truth. You're right. It's gonna be tough. Anyways, I want you to make sure that Regina sees it all today. It's important. Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father. You want us to make sure Regina watches? Yes, that's why I brought her to court today. That girl needs to wake up, I guess. Well, what's that supposed to mean? She needs to know what that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars. I mean, she's crazy mad spoiled, given her, I mean, can you blame her? She's been sheltered her whole life. In the circus. No knowledge of the outside world. Court is now in session for the trial of Maximilian Galactica. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, Miss Von Karma, you may proceed with your case. Prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events. What's the meaning of this? We have discovered a new witness, or shall I say a new eyewitness. One that saw Maximilian Galactica fly off from the scene of the crime. Order, order. I had a feeling something like this would come up. Due to this revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. An explanation the prosecution will present if the need so arises. In fact, my detectives stay up all night creating a mock-up of the scene on my orders. Poor gumshoe. Very well, please call your witness to the stand. Time to get to work, or shall I say, time to walk the courtroom tightrope. There he is. It's your boy. Name and occupation. Ken Dingling, but everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at the very big circus. Where were you the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. If you look at the map, you will see the witness's room is near the crime scene. My room is on the 3rd floor. The crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Could you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. Sorry, give me 1 sec here. I guess my camera should be okay where it is, right? Although it's covering the testimony part, let me see if I could... If I go here, it covers that hard. Oh, I mean, I guess it's okay, we keep it here. It was here last time, right? I think this will do for now, then I'll work with it. The only thing you'll probably miss is like any sort of items that show up on the right when presenting or receiving items. It was just after 10 p.m. and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Then a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. This witness's testimony matches up exactly with that of the clown. If that's the case, there's very little the prosecution need add. All I'll have to explain is how the defendant disappeared into the sky that night. Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. A foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. A man must know the proper timing for things, Mr. Phoenix, right? Just like your old friend, Mr. Miles Edward did. Oh shit. She brought up the boyfriend's name. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness's testimony? In the words of Miss Von Karma, may I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. So 10 p.m. and I was resting, right, okay. Around that time, I heard a large thump, sure. Then a few months later, I saw someone flying. It was Max. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. Let's try this statement. From behind, but that's who it looked like. Okay. We need more. The light in your room was turned off then, right? That's true. I was going to bed after all. So with the lights off, you were still able to clearly see a human fly by your window? The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see, but honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Did you see any of the other symbols? I clearly saw the silk hat as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. I'm convinced that the person I saw was Max Galactica. The more I press him, the less results I seem to get. But maybe there was something fishy with this latest bit. I mean, if we're gonna add that, the hat was left behind. If there's a contradiction, then prove it with evidence. She's right. Let's see some evidence. You have any evidence to support your claim of a contradiction? Yeah, the hat. Okay, so... You claim to have seen the exact same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that? What do you mean? The silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw it on Max's head as he flew by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down out of your window that night. That would have been quite difficult considering the state that I'm in. Just looking outside of the window was a tough enough challenge for me. That's a shame because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene. That's the ringmaster's hat, right? Afraid not. No matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Hey, Lee, what's up? How are the hunts going? You hunting? Are you saying that Max has 2 silk hats? No, this is a handmade, one-of-a-kind model made only for Maximilian Galactica. Which means, Acro, that you've been fibbing on the stand. Trying for perjury, get him. Just got on. Order, order. As always, it looks like someone just had to open their mouth before thinking. Are you okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth and now I have to back it up. You were till 9? Oh, damn. Did you eat and everything too? You have dinner already? How about Mr. Wright? What would cause this witness to commit perjury in this court today? Oh shit, are we actually going after him now? Okay. Your Honor, on this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself. On this occasion? Accuses Acro? What in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Indict his ass. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor. Haha, I think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to try and grab at an audience's hearts and minds. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with the smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Really? If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. He's calm enough for it to almost be scary. Finish dinner, put a load of laundry in the dryer. Well, a long day, but the day's over at least, right? So 2 more days and the weekend comes along. Oh, look at the bird poking Phoenix. He is staying rather calm and collected. Mr. Dingling, do you have any response to the defendant's accusation? Defense's accusation? I don't really need to say a thing, do I? What do you mean? Everyone, take a good look at me. I can't even stand up by myself, let alone leave the lodging house. That's true. I understand that Mr. Wright is just trying to help his client. But to do this by accusing me of a murder of all things... See, even a sliver of common sense makes it clear the accusation is ludicrous. Oh, she's right. Way to pick on the disabled, you heartless, cruel man. Phoenix is a poopy head. See that, Mr. Phoenix Wright? If you're trying to drum up support from the peanut gallery, that's how you do it. I think that's enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making the claim to counter this as well? I can hear the defense now. Acro had an accomplice. What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice? Of course, no. I mean, he couldn't have. Now then, this must be where we get to hear the name of the mystery accomplice. Not this time, Von Karma. What? Gonna start later tomorrow because you work so late. You know what that means? That means you get to play some Monster Hunter late into the night. Let's go. You're not gonna sucker me into this one. True. What time do you start tomorrow? What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright? There was no accomplice. Acro planned and committed this murder all by himself. 11. That's not bad. There's also a Nintendo presentation tomorrow that I'm gonna stream my reaction to tomorrow. I should be good to stream tomorrow as well, and then after that, some good old something else, I don't know. Depends on how far I finish this. I want to finish up this game, ideally, and then before I jump back into some more Monster Hunter. We'll see how it goes. What are you getting at? Way to keep them on their toes, Nick. I'm gonna have to prove how it all fits together. I have to show how Acro murdered Russell Berry. Can you do it, Nick? Can you really do that? I know what I can't do. I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed. Alright, then let's do it. Mr. Phoenix, Wright? If this witness is the killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, right? Mr. Wright, I'd like you to clear something up for me. When the crime was committed, exactly where was Mr. Dingling? I mean, he had to have been in his room. Where else would he have been? He was obviously here the entire time. That's Acro's room? Pretty simple, eh? Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. In that case, there can only be one correct answer. What up, Jason? Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. What, are you nuts? What say you, Mr. Dingling? It's an interesting theory. That's it. Considering that what you propose is impossible, yes, that's it. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. As the witness has stated, your assertion is impossible. There's no way he could go to the scene or be the killer. Okay, I'll see how far I get today, see how I feel. I might switch it up later. It seems you've forgotten once again, Mr. Phoenix, Wright. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime. It's true. Yeah, okay, I remember how this reveal works. It's kind of dumb, but whatever, we just gotta do it. Mo said he saw Max, didn't he? Cancel your internet. So when's your last day of internet before we move to the new place? But Maya, it's impossible for humans to fly. Shall I call you to offer you a deal to come back? So when you move to the new place, is the internet something that you gotta set up yourself? Or there's already internet included in your in the whole shebang? They got Wi-Fi. Oh, I mean that's savings right there. That's the thing. If it's fast enough, right? That's the thing. But Maya, it's still impossible for humans to fly. Do you mind if I ask a question, Mr. Wright? What is it? I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think that I killed him? I can't leave my room. I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of this legal buffet. Be careful, Nick. If you mess up here... She's right. I can't mess up here. I gotta give this one some serious thought. I'm sure that Acro killed the ringmaster, and he did it while he was in his room. No doubt about it. Time to enlighten us as to how Mr. Dingling committed the crime, Mr. Wright. I mean, you gotta use whatever is new. Oh yeah, that's okay. Well, this is kind of like one of the weirder cases for sure. Like figuring it as you go. At least with other cases, you always have like an idea of how things went together, but this one seems like you're just putting everything together on the spot. Offering you 1 gig for $55 a month for 2 years. That's pretty good. That ain't bad. The internet's yeah. If the internet's no good, you can probably definitely just get your own. $300 bill credit. You want to move now? Just get it over with since you're all set to go pretty much. It's still waiting. Yeah, it should be good to help. 26, right? Yeah, I should be all good, all clear to help you there. What's that, a picture? It is indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture. The bust? It's quite a large bust, and because of its life size, because it is life size, it is also very, very heavy. Heavy? Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death, especially if it was dropped from a 3rd-story window. Ah. Only really heavy things are your standing dresser. Okay. See, this is how Acro was able to kill the ringmaster. With the force of gravity and Maximilian Galactica's ample bust, Order, order. So you're saying the bus fell onto the ringmaster? Rather simple crime. Even if you were stuck in a wheelchair, it would be incredibly easy to commit. How could you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible. Well, Acro is an acrobat. You should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like the bust. Mr. Dingling, how do you respond to these charges? All your furniture is gonna fill your living room. Your plaything place is so big. I mean, yeah, you have a lot of space you can work with for sure. Well, Acro's at a loss for words. He should be. He knows that I'm getting close to the truth. Well, Acro, you can't run away from things this time. Oh. I'd watch what I say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? What? Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to this case. I demand we get proper testimony from the witness himself. Testimony, you say? Von Karma. She's just using this testimony as a rouse to stall for time. There's absolutely no need for such testimony. The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond. The defense's objection is overruled. Why can't he see things my way once in a while? Mr. Dingling, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubt about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony. The witness will have no problems, however. Let's all be respectful towards him. Thank you. Ah, that woman will sink to any low to win a case. Get a standing desk? Yeah, get a standing desk. I mean, like the ones with like the automatic height adjuster. It's really useful when you're like sitting all day. But you got a free desk from a studio that closed, but it's one of those cheap IKEA ones, so it's like bent in the middle. You had a standing desk to work before you always sat in it. That's fine. I mean, standing is the option. Is an option, not required, right? I suppose I could have lifted something like the size of that bust. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting the bust and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think? I have no doubts in regards to this witness's testimony. It's impossible for him to lift the bust and stick himself out far enough to look. What I do in my spare room? It's just like a... I mean, there's a sofa bed in there, so, you know, if people want to stay over, they can. It's a TV. I have like a basically shelf set up with all my board games that I've accumulated over the years. Just random stuff, pretty much. There's an extra room for people to sleep in. That's all it is. Not to mention that he could not have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Ever thought about getting a student? I mean, that's definitely a possibility. For some extra money, maybe? I guess so. I guess that is something I could think about. But that means we gotta clean up the room, and we have a lot of stuff still I need to sort out, so I can learn more. That too. But yeah, we'll see how things go. I mean, if it calls for it, and if things work out, and if it makes sense. Right now, we just have a lot of stuff that I need to like sort through still. Maybe do a bit of spring cleaning. I do have a summer project lined up where I'm gonna be doing some more like just basically clean out my garage, building some shelving space to better organize all our shit. And then if there's room, if it works, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be, right? We'll see. A single false step would have led to even more severe injuries. That's what I was thinking. What is your opinion on the matter, Mr. Wright? I still like to proceed with my cross-examination. Simply stalling. It's shameful, really. I can't let her get to me. Gotta focus. Okay. Let's Strong upper body. In the bus would okay. All you had to do was drop it, then it wouldn't have been a problem at all, right? If all I had to do was drop it, you're right, I could have done that. However, there's no way I could land a direct hit on the ringmaster's head. So it kind of makes your theory a bit pointless, doesn't it, Mr. Wright? Acro is strong enough to lift the bust. The main problem is how he could have aimed for the ringmaster's head. Some kind of tool. A tool. Need more info. Why do you say it would be impossible? Allow me to explain. Right. If he knew the location, then he could just drop it. Right. We can prove where he was located. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I mean, there's still the matter of... Hold on, where's the crime photo? That box there. I mean, if we go with the logic, if Acro planted that box... And you knew, like, you know, like, position and everything, and where the, Yeah, okay, you know, let's try this. I think this makes sense. Acro, you didn't really need to lean out of the window, did you? What are you driving at, Mr. Wright? You already knew ahead of time where the ringmaster's head was going to be. Quite precisely, I may add. Your silly hinting at things is pointless, Mr. Phoenix, right? Enough stalling. How about you show some evidence? But I did such a good job hinting. Yes, hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright. Maybe you should take a look at this. The key point here is the wooden box. The same wooden box that the victim found was hunched over? The same. The question is, who placed the wooden box here? Who? When Ben and company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box, which means that this wooden box was already placed at the scene of the crime. I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense. The moment that the bus came falling down was exactly the same moment that the ringmaster lifted this wooden box. Which means that the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear. You mean, the bus were to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box, there would be no way that it could miss the head of the victim. No. Order. This is unbelievable. Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I just gotta keep going, and there's only one way to go from here. Forward. So the next question I have is, who placed that wooden box at the scene? It was Mr. Dingling, of course. He connected it to a rope, and then all he had to do was lower it down. Ow. Allow me to whip some sense into you, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? Ow. The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why the box was so specially made. Specially made? Indeed. It had the most peculiar feature. Probably like the weight. Or the size. No, it has to be the weight. The box has a remarkable weight. Weight? According to the court record, it weighs 20 pounds. Just left that this wooden box would have required... Oh, I see. One would have to squat down and lift it up with their body, wouldn't you say? That's exactly what I was trying to point out. The box is also very large. The box also has carrying handles on either side, doesn't it? That is correct. To lift up the box, you'd have to squat down. Which means that no matter who you are, your head would be approximately in the same place. Fool. Does he even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what you had to say. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. Did you do it? Did you place this wooden box in the plaza? Mr. Wright may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he's proposing. What? Mr. Wright, do you recall the original location of Max's bust? I believe, yeah, wasn't it in the cafeteria? Of course I remember. It was on top of the table in the cafeteria. Then what happened to it? I'll need you to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I cannot possibly leave the lodging house by myself. That means you understand what I mean, don't you? I may very well have been able to drop the bus from my room. However, how would I have gotten the bus from the cafeteria to my room? Oh, I know. You see, Mr. Wright? Mr. Phoenix Wright, explain that. Don't forget, you said there was no accomplice. Oh. Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the bus from the cafeteria. Yep, you definitely have a problem here. But this is no place to get perplexed. I've got to get my wits about me and prove how things happen once and for all. Alright, so... yeah, I mean, about time you use this guy. The monkey, he's finally relevant. A monkey? Everyone knows money. He loves shiny objects of any size. Oh, like when he stole the ventriloquist's ring. So, are you saying the witness had a monkey steal the bust? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own, and then brought it back home. Yo, he's like, oh shit, they're on me. Oh? Monkey lives in Acro's room. Acro's room? But the bust was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that shiny. The card's on it, though. Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. Yeah, some cards. My, those are some very nice cards he's holding. Yes, they're also shiny, Judge. Yes, and they're made of platinum, which is very shiny. Acro? Money is a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the bus back to your room. If he wasn't able to handle that himself, I'd be on the market for a new roommate. Order, order, I said order. Miss Von Karma, where is the bus in question at this moment? I don't know. We're searching for it as we speak. This is a rather strange turn of events. But let's say that the monkey had not stolen the bust. What would have happened then? Well, in that event, something else would have been used as a murder weapon. Wait. You mean that this bust was a murder weapon? Purely by accident? It's possible. Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought to use one of them. Even the birds know he's a killer. Anyways, I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it was entirely possible that Acro was the murderer. Moron. Mr. Wright's argument was so circular, I'm still a bit dizzy. However, his argument does hold water. There's no denying that. Ow. Don't seem so flamboozled, especially by this fraud of an attorney. Fraud? You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And what is that? You should know. Motive? Oh, that you forgot that your fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime. Ah. There's no reason to doubt the clown's testimony. That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Wright? Think they'll let it beat you now? I won't. This is my chance to turn this trial around. The murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. Yeah, I think this is where the reveal gets like silly. One was the victim, Russell Berry, and the other one was the murderer himself. Answer this and only this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Who was the murderer the clown saw? Yeah, I remember this now.
Take that!
He saw Max's... Ow. I asked who the other person Mo saw on the scene. That evidence has nothing to do with the question. Au contraire, mon frère, it does indeed have something to do with the question. Mo said that he saw Max's silhouette. But he didn't actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. How is that possible? It's simple, really. What Mo actually saw that night was Max's bust. What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all in this case? The silhouette he saw was wearing a cloak. There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to the bust. It would be easy to hang one off the cards in the bust's hands. Idiot, who in the right mind would put a cloak on a bust? It doesn't matter who put it on the bust. Just wait a minute now, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? That question is of the utmost importance to this case, don't you agree? He caught me. He caught my bluff. So let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? Okay, so we'll walk this through. Basically, we did confirm that, or not confirm, but the ringmaster went out taking Max's outfit to the box. So it was, and he showed up with, and there was no cloak on the crime scene. Yeah, just his regular outfit. He didn't have no cloak, the hat was only left. So when the bust fell on him... How do I switch profiles? Well, I remember this. I'll just let the scene speak for itself here. Fool. Him? You were saying that it was the victim himself? Russell Berry? That's what I'm saying. The victim himself, placed the cloak on the bust? Place the cloak isn't really the right way of putting it. What would be the right way of putting it, Mr. Wright? Explain yourself. Nick, do you really have a handle on all this? I'm fine, Maya. I'm finally putting all the pieces together. There's really only one picture I can paint anyways. Alright? So you want to know what really happened that night. Let's step back in time. Big reveal time. Acro used the rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene, then he attached that rope to the bust and dangled the bust out of his bedroom window directly above the wooden box. Sorry, one sec here. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went to the scene, of course. At the time, the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house by none other than a ventriloquist and his puppet, Ben and Trillo. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box. And that's when Acro took his chance and released the rope. Now this is when the magic happens. At the very instant that the bus hit the victim, this was so dumb. You wait just a second there, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? As much as you try, as much as you scheme, this is just isn't true. It can't be. It's still a little early to be getting so upset, Miss Von Karma. This circus isn't over yet. I wish it was. What? The impact of the bust on the victim threw the cloak up, which snagged onto the bust. That impact also caused a sound a certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. That witness was, of course, Lawrence Mo Curls, the clown. When Mo looked out his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bust. Now, having completed the crime, Acro naturally went about pulling up the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea that Mo saw the bust being raised with the cloak dangling on it, primarily because in his wheelchair he couldn't see out of his window, so he just kept pulling the bust up, thus creating the flying effect. Yup. Magic, baby. That's how the magical murderer of disappearing into the sky came to be. So you see, the person who could have pulled this off is the one who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the crime scene. Acro, it could have only been you. Acro's been playing mind games with all of us. He sure has. But he has come to the end of his rope now. So, what now? You've graced us with a rather long-winded tale, but do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? Evidence? In this court, only two things matter, the power of evidence and the power of my whip. Don't forget the power of my gavel as well. Mr. Wright, the prosecution brings up a good point. Can we see some evidence? They say they want evidence. I just explained how there can only be one possible murder method, but there's still something unusual about Mo's eyewitness account. Unusual? A contradiction, actually. Okay then, use that and get us out of this jam. That's enough talking amongst yourselves. Proceed, Mr. Wright. Present some evidence to the court that backs your claims. I want hard proof that you have unraveled the trick to this magic case. Hard proof. What can I even work with here? Three symbols. I mean, that confirms two of them. Let me think with hard proof. What else can I provide? Bus is still missing. The cloak's missing. I mean, the only thing I can think of is like the symbols, right? The lack of the roses and everything, because of the way if the cloak latched onto the okay, let's try it. I think it has to be this. The problem is Max's three symbols. Yep, okay. You know, the silk hat, the cloak, and the white roses. Those symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yesterday there were two contradictions in Mo's testimony. The silk hat was one, the white roses were the other. But the theory I just presented explains all these contradictions. Yep. The hat because of the bust, and then the lack of the cloak's there, but the lack of roses. I think it's explained this how it's like covered up, or the way it just latches on. I think. You fool! Do you ever shut up? Max's silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. However, remember what Mo said yesterday? He testified that the criminal he saw fleeing the scene was wearing a silk hat. There's only one explanation for that. The silk hat that Mo saw was actually the bust's. Makes sense? If you look at it that way, then he did see the silk hat, well, sort of. Fine, you got one, but what about the other contradiction? The other contradiction? Remember what that ventriloquist said in court? He said he witnessed white roses on Max's chest that night, but the clown's testimony doesn't match. Yep. The clown said there were no white roses. I'd see you trying to explain that one away. Can you do it, Nick? Of course, I can explain all of it. What was that? Please recall the instant when the cloak snagged onto the bust. But that's speculation. You don't know how it actually latched on. If the cloak snagged onto the bust, well, I guess, yeah. I guess from out of view. Okay, no, he's right. Do you get it? The cloak got snagged onto the front of the bust. It means that the white roses would end up on the back of the bust. Ah. Which explains why Mo didn't see them. The white roses were not visible because they're on the backs of the bust. Yeah, I wrapped over. Order, order. This is quite a shocking state of affairs. Mr. Wright's theory still sounds a bit absurd to me. However, let's just keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads. Let's do this, Nick. Then maybe Von Karma will finally throw in the towel. Well, so much for that theory. Mr. Wright, do you mind? What is it? You took the time to research our circus, didn't you? Well, yes, I did. Is there something making you think that I didn't? If you did, then maybe you'll understand why you think you're off track. Why is that? Motive, yep. This witness feels an incredible debt of gratitude towards the ringmaster. Anyone with any relation to the circus is well aware of this. Thus, there's absolutely no way someone like this would kill the ringmaster. Your Honor, I'd like you to hear Acro's story. Learn about his relationship with the ringmaster, and his life until now. What do we do? There's no doubting that Acro deeply respected the ringmaster. Acro's motive. It seems that this case isn't over yet. Very well. However, I feel like this is a good place to take a break. I will listen to the rest of Mr. Dingling's testimony after recess. This court will now take a 10-minute recess. Part 2. They should wrap this case up, though, as soon as you finish up this last bit of story. I can't believe it. Acro? It's pretty shocking, isn't it? It definitely is, and to think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Jeebus, am I that hated? Akko tried to pin the murder on you on purpose. He did? Psst, psst. But I'm none but a little old nobody, you know? But you're not, which is kind of the reason why. Hey, oh, it's Gumshoe. Hey, pal, you're gonna ignore me after all I went to all this trouble to bring you some evidence? God, I can't read. Detective Gumshoe. Ah, forget it. I'm going home. This guy deserves to be guilty anyways. No, Detective, I'm sorry. Look, why don't you relax a little? We got some really tasty milk. How about a card trick, Detective? Oh ho, well, if you insist. Now, about that evidence you mentioned, what is it? Here you go. Huh? This was yesterday in Akro's room. Yep, and I included the forensic results. Take a look at it later. Will Miss Von Karma be mad that you're doing this? That's why this is all a secret. Huh? Look, details are on a need-to-know basis, and we're not really allies or anything. But everything that's happened in court up until now has gone according to our plan. I don't know, Miss Von Karma didn't seem in control of things in there just now. You'll figure it out eventually, pal. Yesterday, our final plans are set into motion. Final plans? Uh-huh. That reminds me, I got a message from the prosecutor for you. Nothing is ever truly decided until the very end. That's it. That's it for me too, pal. I'm out of here. Edgeworth? What do you mean by that, the very end part? I'm not sure. It was all pretty cryptic to me. Oh, one more thing. Ah, don't scare me like that. It looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant. What? For me? It's milk. The reception area looks like some kind of dairy, so hurry up and drink it all before it spoils. Entire dairy's worth of milk? For me? Oh, they care for you, Max. Because they gotta make money for the circus, otherwise they're all out of jobs. Court is now back in session. Miss Von Karma, please continue from where you left off. I'd like to continue with Akro's testimony, starting with his relationship to the victim. I'd also like to get proof from the defense. Proof of what kind of motive Akro would have to commit this crime. Understood. Now, Mr. Dingling? Yes, Your Honor. Please proceed with your testimony. Finally, we get to the motive. Wait, Nick, are you okay? Please do me a favor and don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. That's when the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Russell Berry, took us in. I became an acrobat at 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. You're gonna need more information. You're such a thoughtful young man. As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. I wonder how anyone could think that Akro would kill the man he held in such esteem. You're absolutely right. How could anyone think that, Mr. Wright? Which is why there's no real need for a cross-examination, is there? Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would Akro kill the ringmaster? This might be my last chance to answer that question. Of course I'll cross-examine. I have to. The defense has a right to cross-examine the witness. You're so tactless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You don't care about justice, do you? You just want to fabricate a motive. Very well, Mr. Wright. Cross-examine the witness. Okay.
Hold it!
We? Yes, my brother Sean and I. What? You have a brother? How old were you when this happened, Akro? I was 8 years old and my brother was 4. Your parents were very cruel, weren't they? Nowadays, we aren't bitter about what happened to us, because it allowed us to meet the wonderful people at the Berry Big Circus. Nick, the judge is getting misty-eyed. He's got a soft spot for sob stories, looks like. Ow. No crying in court. Let's keep going. The witness may proceed with his testimony.
Hold it!
How would you describe your relationship with the ringmaster? He was like an uncle, a father, and a big brother all rolled up into one. The ringmaster and my brother were the only family I had. What about other people at the circus? This was over 15 years ago. Back then, there were very few customers coming in, so no one really had the time to look after us. They were worried about other things. But the ringmaster, he would always come and see us with a laugh and a smile. What a beautiful story. That's why I was always thinking of what I could do to help. I wanted to thank him. Nick, isn't Acro such a wonderful person? Shut up, I know that. Which makes it so difficult, true. So, and how long have you been a performer? You started off as an acrobat, at that early of an age? I begged the ringmaster until he finally agreed to let me do it. Ever since then, I've been in incredible physical shape. That's also when I decided to form a group with my brother. We call ourselves the Flying Dingling-Berries. It's nearly a household name. I've even heard of them in Germany. Liar. The point is that I want to be someone used to the circus. You're truly a remarkable young man. The judge keeps looking at Acro almost like a proud father. I want to find a way to repay the ring. Alright, so... Did you ever have any trouble with the ringmaster? Ow. How could you ask such a thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Do you have some sort of fundamental misunderstanding of this witness's testimony? Or the heartfelt emotions contained within? You better think about this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You better think hard. Ow. Ow, ow. No matter how you look at it, there's no way I could see this witness ever taking the victim's life. Exactly. I've been waiting for you to say that, Your Honor. Nick, I hate to say it, but I agree with them. I was trying to chase down the truth, but I ended up just looking like a jerk. I think that'll be enough for now. Pondering whether or not this man would kill the ringmaster leads me to believe that it is pretty unlikely. Exactly right, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead, Your Honor. I would just like to know, can you provide an explanation as to why Acro would want the ringmaster dead? Okay, well, not Acro wanting the ringmaster dead. Nick? Yeah, I didn't even have to think about it. It was obvious from the start. Your Honor, the reason that Acro killed the ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What? That's because Acro had no reason to kill the ringmaster at all. Ow. Your foolish attempts to fool us like foolish fools is so foolhardily foolish. You forget? You made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe it was. This is the real killer of Russell Berry, ringmaster. If you want to jump to the end of things, then yes, that sounds about right. The end of things? Acro? You didn't plan to kill the ringmaster at all, did you? The ringmaster wasn't your target that night. What did you just say? I was saying that the target of this witness's murderous plot was not the ringmaster. Because it was never his intention to kill Russell Berry to begin with. What? Order, order. Bailiff, I don't care who it is, smack anyone who's loud in the face. Twice if you must. Oh my god. Judge promoting violence. What the heck? Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do in my court? Ow. Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do in this court? Are you attempting to imply that Acro was trying to kill someone else? Yes. Regina Berry? This young girl is the ringmaster's daughter, correct? Acro? You were really aiming for her that night, weren't you?
Objection!
You don't need to answer that. It's a mean-spirited leading question. You could easily answer this question. If I'm wrong, all you have to do is say, you're wrong. That's it. That's it, huh, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Enough. Mr. Wright, allow me to... Ow. The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself. Huh? And that goes for you too, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Show me evidence. Now. I want to know why Acro wants to kill Regina Berry. Yes, me too. I demand to see some proof. Present evidence that proves Acro is out to kill this young girl. The note. Yep, okay, it's coming together now. Acro, you remember this, don't you? It's a piece of paper that we found inside the ringmaster's tailcoat. Inside the victim's tailcoat. Acro wrote this note. It's ironically entitled, "To the Murderer." Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 p.m. So you're saying that he called Russell Berry with that note? Yes, but there's just one little problem. Problem? Acro did indeed place this note into someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the ringmaster. You mean, it wasn't for the... That's exactly what I mean. person this note was intended for was none other than Regina Berry. Order, order, order. Mr. Wright, this little theory of yours, it's the truth, Your Honor. It isn't a theory. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her, which is why the morning of the crime she placed it on the cafeteria bulletin board. That's when her father, the ringmaster, saw the note? That's correct. Ringmaster ended up in that plaza instead of Regina. And he was killed because of that mistake, instead of Regina. That's incredible. Remember the testimony the actor gave us earlier today. Lifting the bus and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. If I were to do that, I end up falling out of the window myself. Yep, he did say that. Acro had no idea who it was that arrived at the plaza, because he couldn't look down out of his window to see who it actually was. I got it. Acro thought it was Regina down in the plaza, and that's when he let the bus fly. Hey Nick, isn't Regina listening to all this from the audience? She is. Unfortunately, it's only going to get harsher from here. But Regina can handle it. Acro wrote this note to Regina. Foolishly foolish fool. But foolishly foolish fool ideas of foolish tomfoolery. You're so foolish, you even made me sound like a foolhardy fool. Very well, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Yes? What about that line? Well, if the note was meant for Regina Berry, it would mean that this note is declaring that Regina Berry is a murderer. You just don't get it, do you? What did you just say? The ringmaster knew what the note meant, which is why he went to the plaza, in place of his lovely daughter. Oh, hold it right there, Mr. Wright. What is this incident that is alluded to in the note? The incident 6 months ago. I know all about it. An incident occurred 6 months ago, and now I'm more than ready to show this court what happened at that time. Moron. Wait, are you sure that relates to the present case? It does indeed, Your Honor. Everything in this case has its start in what happened 6 months ago. Really, Nick? I think so. Well then, if that's the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What is this conclusive evidence mentioned in the note? I know I'd certainly like to know what it is. If I can't answer that question, the judge is going to think I'm bluffing. Yeah, no shit. The conclusive evidence about is actually... it has to be... Yeah, here. Start with this, and then whatever this is later on. Achoo! 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 What kind of spicy joke is this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? It isn't a joke at all. It's the decisive evidence you asked for. What do you mean? Recall that the victim was trying to take the wooden box away with him. He was doing so because this piece of decisive evidence is what was inside. Another unbelievable conclusion. Very well, Mr. Wright. So what exactly are you saying? Are you claiming Regina Berry killed someone with a small bottle of pepper? Taking the note into account, that's the only logical conclusion you can draw. Foolishly fool who never tires of his foolish ways. You're so sure, Mr. Phoenix Wright, that answer this question. Who was Regina Berry's intended victim? Bat, right? Who is this? That is Acro's younger brother. What does this prove? His younger brother isn't dead? Technically, oh god, that's true. However, Bat has been in a coma for 6 months now. It's not a stretch to see how Acro could feel that his brother is dead. Regina, she did that to him? Do you spend your entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool? Naturally, the prosecution has looked into Acro's brother, Sean Dingling. 6 months ago, he was bit by a lion and fell into his current comatose state. A lion? Miss Regina Berry is an animal tamer by trade. However, no tamed animal in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It's just not in her. So then what happened to Acro's brother? He's not the victim of an attempted murder. He's the victim of an accident. I see. Now what do we do? No one seems to be going along with your theory. Do you think what happened to Bat was actually an accident? It was more than that, right? Lion biting Bat was no accident at all. What? You're such an amateur, Mr. Phoenix, right? There's no way that Regina could ever incite her lion to attack another human being. She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being, but Regina is responsible for making the lion bite Acro's brother, Bat. I guess we can present the scarf. Yeah, there's pepper on it. That's just a scarf. Acro? This scarf is something that Bat used to wear, correct? That's right. And who is the one that gave this scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him. Regina. There is something more than just blood on the scarf, Your Honor. And what might that be? Pepper. Pepper? Pepper. Regina gave the scarf to Bat right before the accident, and she covered it with as much pepper as she could. Hey, what's with the silent treatment? Excuse me, Mr. Wright? You've done a good job of fingering a criminal. Oh my god, why you gotta word it like that? But out of curiosity, what was their crime? Miss Berry gave a pepper-covered scarf to Bat as a present. Where's the crime in that? Still seems that the judge doesn't get it. Mr. Phoenix Wright, wasn't it just said that the lion seemed to be smiling? Smiling? The lion was smiling? Right before Bat was bit by the lion. For a moment, the lion's mouth changed and looked like he was smiling. Lions smile? I've never heard of them smiling, however. Lion sneeze, yep. Leon wasn't trying to bite Bat at all. In reality, all he actually did was sneeze. He sneezed because of all the pepper on his scarf. What? You fool. You gotta be kidding me. What's the matter, Miss Von Karma? I object. For objection's sake. Mr. Phoenix Wright, this theory, you believe it? You really intend to say that this is how this joke of an accident actually happened? Of course I do. It's the truth. Anything Phoenix says is the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat lost consciousness. Acro nearly lost his brother due to the accident, or there's a joke as you put it. Which is why he tried to get his revenge against Regina. You foolish idiot. Huh. Haha. It almost does seem like a terrible joke. Doesn't it? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. To think that there is someone who treats his accident with the respect it deserves. Are you telling me that what I said was true? Acro. You can't mean. Witness? Are you confirming the defense's claim? Mr. Wright, unfortunately your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that? The pepper, the scarf, the lion. I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow. Not to mention the fact that there's an even bigger problem with your theory. What would that problem be? The same problem that it's always been, evidence. If I drop Max's bust on top of the Ringmaster, where is the evidence that proves that claim? Mean the conclusive evidence? The biggest problem is the murder weapon, or the lack thereof, to be more precise. The murder weapon. The bust that the defense claims was used. If that were to be found in Acro's room, and if it was covered with the victim's blood, that would be awfully conclusive in my eyes. Yes, it would be. The bust. Nick, you gotta do something. This is the last step. If I get this one right, the case is won. I mean, it's the way how things turn out. At the same time, though, I'm sure they already looked through his room. Might be worthwhile to search Acro's room, but why aren't you going to search his room? Looks like you finally figured things out, didn't you? Now you know the true meaning of Von Karma Total Justice. I guess. I figured with you, that's the least I should expect. You leave no stone unturned. Von Karma never leaves anything to chance. We already searched Acro's room yesterday. What did you find? There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in that room, Acro would not be here as a witness. But to put a point on it, Max's bus was not in the room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for. See, Mr. Wright, the bus wasn't in my room. Furthermore, Detective Dick Gumshoe executed the search by complete surprise. We took Acro directly to the prosecutor's office after that. The end. End of story. Just wait a second. Something's funny about all this. Aha. It looks like you lacked the final nail to put into my coffin. But what about the scarf? What about the note? What about them, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the only evidence that is relevant here is that which pertains to the death of the ringmaster. You should know that by now. Ugh. Do something, Nick. Don't let this case slip away. The bust. Where is it now? Where is the bust right now? You're Phoenix Wright. You know where that bust is. I'm sure you do. There's not even a single clue. How am I supposed to know where the bust is? It seems this case is coming to a close. Defense's counter-arguments look to have fallen short. Thank you for your support. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I think that brings to an end to the cross-examination of this witness. Objection! Where is Max's bust? The defense needs time to prepare to present its case. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous and I just bit my tongue. Huh? What? We need time to do what? Why are you the most surprised person here? She's your aide, isn't she? Do you really have a case to present, Mr. Wright? What? Are you asking me? The rest up to you, Nick. Good luck. Hey, wait. You can't be serious. Acrobats always have their lives in line, don't they? That's how Acro's lived his life up until now. Now it's time for us to walk across our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose. Very well, the defense may proceed. He doesn't have a clue, and I don't think he'll be finding one anytime soon. Walking the tightrope of logic, there's no room for a false step. Sink or swim, the only way through is forward. The murder weapon. Where is Max's bust now? I mean... It's obvious, the bust is inside this very courtroom. It's obviously where? Allow me to pinpoint the location of the bust once and for all. Acro, I'm sorry to ask this, but do you mind if I take the blanket off your wheelchair? Got him. I'm sorry. I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you are a big guy. You have a pretty big wheelchair because of it. I just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under that blanket, because it seems to me that it'd be really easy to say, hide a bust under there. So my whole thing with this is, why didn't, they didn't, actually search him? I guess they're being sensitive to him, I get it, but... Well, I guess they were bringing him as a witness. I guess there was no reason to search him, I guess. They didn't really consider that as a possibility. Well, whatever. Once again, your penchant for humor hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you can laugh in your position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact that the bust is under there. We all know that you can't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. That proved inconvenient when Miss Von Karma happened to search your room yesterday. If she had found the murder weapon in your room, it would have been all over. Which is why you had to hide it. The only place that you could hide it. Under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again. Would you please remove the blanket from your lap? Well done, Mr. Wright. Masterfully played. You fool! How could you? You got me. I've been bagged by a real pro. Actually, two of them. Two of them? Miss Francisco Von Karma and Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? There's just one thing I'd like to know. How did you know to launch the surprise search in my room last night? She had no idea. She just wants to win. There were two pieces of decisive evidence, the cloak and the bust. I burnt the cloak in my room and threw the ashes away with the trash. Regina always took my trash out every morning, you know. But the bust, obviously I couldn't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try and hide the bust. The only place that I could hide it quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? I was completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. And now to be caught in the middle of the court, hiding the murder weapon. There's no way I can escape that. So you got me. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done, Miss Von Karma. That all makes sense now. I can't believe that Von Karma thought that far ahead. It's amazing. Uh-huh. You definitely couldn't tell by looking at her. I know I sure couldn't. I can't believe it. Me, make a mistake. Why did I order a surprise search of your room if I only had done that? It seems we've finally arrived at the truth. Acro? Yes, Your Honor. Did you kill the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for that crime. Acro. All my brother wanted was for Regina to like him. That's why he'd tease her. One day my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. She started sneezing so hard, you couldn't help yourself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it'd be funny to get him back in the same way. And that's why she covered the scarf with pepper. I know she didn't mean for anything bad to happen. I know this. She just wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times too. But I just couldn't forgive her, no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? I'm guilty of never, ever being able to understand her. Your brother became a star. Regina believes in that so purely that she would laugh innocently when saying it. Too innocently. I just couldn't stand it. No matter how hard I tried. That's when you decided to do something about Regina. How dreadful. So are you saying that you are a victim in all this as well? No, that's not what I mean. It's over. I'm nothing but a murderer. That's who I am. At first, I thought I'd kill myself. And I pondered giving myself up. But I couldn't just up and leave. I just couldn't. Not yet. That's why I tried to pin this on Max. Max, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't up and leave yet. This has been such a strange case, all you tell me. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm an idiot. I can't believe it. You beat me again. I believe this case is now beyond any point of possible discussion. Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. Not guilty. It was about like an hour and a half. I mean, yeah, if I had continued this back a couple days ago, it would have been up way too late. Still, we will keep going. I'm going to push through as much of case 5 or case 4 as we can. I don't know if we'll be able to finish it, but let's see how far we get today. Fabulous, but to be honest, I can't really be too happy about this. Acro, the ringmaster, Regina, and Bat. Not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh? That's a good question, and one I don't know the answer to. Many congrats, but only at max, 1,000,000 of them. Thank you. What's with the vibe in this room? We're just thinking about Acro. No. If you worry about people too much, then you'll be like this forever and never be happy. Huh? Oh, there she goes. She's back to reality. Her dream's crushed. She's been like this for a while now. It's all my fault. Wow. This is sweet, sweetie pie. Bat and Acro, they're never coming back. Now everyone's gonna split up. Regina. Mr. Wright, tell me something. Well, what do you want to know, Regina? Acro said something right at the end. I just couldn't up and leave yet. Does that mean that Acro, is he gonna try and get his revenge on me? Of course he is. He's not gonna do that to you, Regina. Are you sure? You're really sure? I can believe that. Yep, Acro doesn't have any desire for revenge anymore. If that's true, then I want to see some evidence. Huh? I want to know why you're not. I want to know you're not just making that stuff about Acro not wanting revenge. Well, the only person I can think of is you. Acro didn't want to get caught for a reason. He wanted to see his brother open his eyes again. Pat. That's right, Regina. He's still alive, you know. I never knew. But now that Acro's been caught... I know. What? I'll do it. I'll stay next to Bat as long as it takes. Until he opens his eyes, and until he can meet Acro again. That's so sweet of you, Regina. I'm sorry, Acro. I'm sorry, Bat. Well, hopefully this is enough to give her a little peace of mind. Hey, Max. What is it, Mo? I really put you through the lot, didn't we, buddy? I'm sorry about what happened. So whenever you like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and rip up the contract. I understand. What a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now? That's the big question. Our ringmaster was really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone's sticking together. The staff, the performers, no one wants to leave the circus. That's why I've made a decision. What is it? I've decided that I will take over as the new ringmaster. I'll turn the circus into the best circus the world has ever seen. The best circus the world has ever seen? Don't laugh. That's quite the goal. Yeah, I can't wait. And I guess that changes things, huh? There's only one thing the best circus in the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions. Which means the circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen. Max, let's work together and make our circus super fabulous. What do you say, big guy? I don't know what to say. All I can say is thank you. Regina? You can help them out too, aren't you? I don't know. Maybe the circus will be better off without me. What are you talking about, Regina? Why do you think that I brought you to court today? We got to work together to make the very big circus bigger than it's ever been. Oh. Mo's right, sweetie pie. It can't be the very big circus without Regina Berry. Max. Nick. It seems like everything is going to turn out all right here. Can't wait to go see the best circus the world has ever seen. We'll save you the most fabulous seats. It'll take us a while to get ready, but I'm going to order special whoopee cushion seats. I see. What made the case? Yesterday's surprise raid. It really paid off just like you said it would, sir. You had it all figured out, didn't you? It was just a theory. If Acro really was the killer, I thought that this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was the defense attorney. You mean Mr. Wright? Of course. Well, Detective, my plane is about to leave. As for Mr. Acro's case, you need not worry. I plan to personally stop by the Chief Prosecutor's office as soon as I get back. Understood, sir. I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Edgeworth. He's not dead. The reveal. Alright, case 3, Dunsies. Hold on, trophy check real quick. So there's that one there. And I believe there's 2 trophies attached to case 4. That one and that one. Okay. So we're still on track. I don't think there's any ladder related things in this case for the overall ladder trophy. I don't think. Let me double check though. Justice for all. Yeah, ladder at case 3, so nothing here. Before I jump in, though, I'm gonna quickly be 1 moment. Give me like a couple minutes here. Okie doke, case 4. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Who will be this year's Grand Prix champion? Who will be our hero of heroes? Yes, of course, the bit crushed cheering. Will it be last year's runner-up, Jammin Ninja? Or maybe Captain Saipan all the way from the lovely tropical island of Spain? As you students of a certain starry school, something no global hero Oyankopon doesn't want to go home without the prize. Yep, Lady Luck is with all our heroes tonight. And now, the winner of the 3rd annual Hero of Heroes Grand Prix is me. Oh, the hero of the night has appeared in our midst. It looks like this year's Grand Prix goes to this fantastic warrior. The Nickel Samurai. Hooray! Too bad, Jammin Ninja. Looks like the title eluded you again this year. Wow, they had to rub it into that one guy, huh? Too bad, 2nd place. Alright, yes. Did you hear that, Nick? Did you? The Nickel Samurai, he did it. Yeah, he sure did. Oh, I'm getting too old for this. I'm proud of the guy for doing the series justice. So the person everyone was cheering for, I guess he got the prize. Yep. You know who we're talking about, right, Pearly? The Nickel Samurai? No. Every Sunday I only watch the educational channel's Kids Masterpiece Theater. Okay, that's it. From now on, it's the Nickel Samurai. All the kids watch it. Do you like the Nickel Samurai too, Mr. Nick? Nah, Nick's an old fart, so he's not allowed to watch it anymore. That's right, but I do like Kids Masterpiece Theater. Hey, I didn't know you were so young at heart, Nick. Mr. Nick, you're a grown-up. You're not allowed to watch it anymore. You're supposed to be act your age and have interests that match. It's very important. Aw, give it a rest, Pearly. Looks like I made the right choice in inviting everyone here. I'm glad you're all having a good time. It's like a dream. Too bad for the Jammin Ninja, though. Last year, he lost to the Pink Princess, warrior of little old Tokyo. I thought this might be his year. Yeah. Oh, hey, did anyone else think that the Jammin Ninja looked a bit different today? Different? What do you mean? Well, he wasn't carrying his bright red guitar. Hey, you're right. Strange, you walk around without a signature guitar. I'll never understand these people and their shows. Anyway, Mr. Powers, thank you very much for tonight. Aw, it was nothing. I owe you one, so it's just my way of saying thanks. Hey, Nick, come on, it's time to get going to the lobby. There's a post-ceremony stage show that's supposed to start real soon. And then I heard there's going to be a press conference after that. A press conference? Is he going to make a speech about winning this year's prize? Well, not exactly. Something about the Nickel Samurai confessing something. Confessing? Sounds pretty serious. Aw, Nick, come on. You don't want us to be the last ones there, do you? Yeah, Mr. Nick, do you? Why me? The show doesn't even start for another 20 minutes. Thank you very much for inviting us today. It was nothing really. Guys like us don't get to come to the place like this often, so I thought I'd invite you all. Hey, Mr. Powers, what have you been up to lately? Well, since the Pink Princess successfully wrapped up last month, I've been on a kids' exercise show, while wearing a rabbit mask over my face. Oh, I see. I'm still really sorry about all the headache I caused you at that time, Mr. Wright. Well, what's done is done, so let's forget about it. This is Will Powers. He's an action star. His popularity exploded when he was a Steel Samurai, and he was the first case Maya worked on with me. It's too bad he looks scary, or people know you're really softy who's good with kids. Thanks. Can't believe they're going to make a movie based on the Nickel Samurai. I can't believe it either, but for a different reason. The Steel Samurai, an epic story of one hero in a desperate fight against his arch-nemesis, the evil magistrate, in the city of Neo-Old Tokyo. And last year, they started a new series, the Nickel Samurai. The new series seems to be a hit with the kids too. I'm really attached to the Steel Samurai as a show, so I was hoping that maybe I'd get the chance to do something in this new one. Yeah, it's too bad. It'd be awesome to see you with the new actor, Man on Guard. He's super popular right now. Mr. On Guard? Looks like Pearls doesn't know who he is. This year it's going to be the Nickel Samurai versus the Jammin' Ninja at the box office. Jammin' Ninja? Who's that again? So who is this Jamming Ninja again? He's a hero, duh. His symbol is a bright red guitar he's always carrying. A ninja who's always carrying on a bright red guitar. How does that even work? With a scarf around his neck and the guitar in hand, he rises to stardom in an ancient time. A ninja who becomes a star? Yeah, a ninja who becomes a star. There's a strong rivalry between the two of them. Global Studios' Nickel Samurai and Worldwide Studios' Jammin' Ninja even air at the same time. You know what I heard? I heard those two don't get along at all. The Nickel Samurai is on guard and the guy who plays the Jammin' Ninja, the Nickel Samurai speaks French? Oh, you mean Man on Guard, the actor. I guess even the world of heroes is a sparkling, happy place. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I guess we're gonna move now. Wow, what is it with this place? Looks like I've stumbled into Oz or something. Way in the back, there's a sign for the bathroom. Maybe I should visit it while I can before the show starts. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Juan Carita's room. Juan Carita. His name just sounds like a star's name. I've heard it before, but I don't know anything about him at all. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Mad on Guard's room. Mad on Guard. I've heard that name before. Oh yeah, Maya's always yammering about him like the obsessed fan she is. There are toilets in each room in this hotel, but since all sorts of events are held here, there are bathrooms for people who aren't staying here to use as well. Perfect for people like me, who can't afford to stay here in the first place. Great. Sounds like the post-ceremony show is about to start. Alright, I'm so pumped. I wonder if he's going to show up a special move today. Nickel Samurai Smelting. Actually, what I'm interested in most is a press conference. I mean, the big confession that Nickel Samurai is going to make after the show. So what is it? Don't you know what it's about, Mr. Powers? Oh, well, I'm not the Steel Samurai anymore, so I don't have any idea. Ah. Sorry. Ah, so I guess you are going to the press conference then. Yeah, of course. If that's the case, then here, take these tickets so you can get in. Thank you very much. Well then, let's get going to the lobby. It looks like it's over this way, Mr. Nick. Okay, for great justice. Only a really gaudy hotel would have such a large and gaudy lobby to match. Ah, I think they're going to have the post-ceremony show over there. They're using a compact stage, I see. Ooh, I'm all ready to use my special samurai power. Maya looks like she's ready to start a fight. Your attention please, your attention please. The Nickel Samurai's post-ceremony stage show will not be held tonight due to unforeseen circumstances. What? Why? Ow. You have to pinch me. Pinch yourself if you don't believe it. We're asking for everyone's cooperation at this time, so please stay where you are. This is a special request from the police. Police? Did they just say the police? Do you want me to go check out what's going on? Wait, I'll come with you. Freeze. You two, didn't you hear the announcement just now? I just finished telling you not to move. That voice. I've heard that voice somewhere before. Honestly, youth these days can't be bothered to listen to other people when they talk. This the other day was the same thing. There was a small footbridge with a sign next to it that said, "Beware bridge out," and also come with... Okay. I think I know who this is. Of course not. You said be careful and walk part of the bridge and part of the art and was blah blah blah. Their kid said that I really meant it. Well, I let him have it and then knocked him clear off that bridge. Oh my god. Just push a kid off a bridge? This non-stop chatter. It can't be. Miss Oldbag? What is it, you young whippersnappers? Do I know you? Wait, you. Your Powers, aren't you? Yeah, about what happened back then. You didn't even get nominated this year, did you? Oh, that's right. You're doing that children's exercise program, trying to play nice. Yeah, that's me. Thankfully, I still have a job. I love that show, and you're a hoot. You're the Big Brother character, right? Yes, even with your face covered by a mask, and no, you're that giant rabbit. What a work of art, but that's how it is, you know? I mean, if you didn't wear the mask, who knows how many TVs you'd break. Really, something kids exercise to get what deserve. This is why I thought you shouldn't be anywhere. What are you doing here? Look at my uniform and tell me you can't tell I'm a member of security. That's quite the uniform. But that outfit. Annoying, noisy brats get the blaster. Hello to you too, Miss Oldbag. How are you doing today? What are you doing here? What happened to your position at Global Studios? Oh, that old place? Well, since that incident, they've been letting people go. When they cut the security team, I got the pink slip. What incident? What did you do? I didn't do anything, you youngin'. Don't you remember? That incident a year ago. When this lady got on the witness stand and testified. Yeah. And you, weren't you the one who was bullying me, this fragile girl at heart? I plead the fifth. But you know, I think maybe I might rub the upper management the wrong way by testifying. Yes, that has to be it. Everything is all your fault. Me? I thought about being a bodyguard at first after being handled old Pinky. You? A bodyguard? Or your friend, that fiery, good-looking guy with the red jacket and the ruffles. Mr. Edgeworth? But that sort of arrangement would be entirely too troublesome for me. That's what he said to me. I never did deserve that. Oh, like the gun animation is the best part. So did something happen? I don't have all the details, but it looks like another one of those incidents happened again. An incident? Like a murder kind of incident? Maybe. You see, I'm a bit of a devilish woman, so wherever I go, showers of blood are sure to follow. Bet you didn't know that. Then shouldn't you quit being a security guard? At least for other people's sake? Silence, whippersnapper. You get the gun. Hey, Nick? Well, what is it? I don't like that devilish smile playing on your lips. Let's make like we're going to the bathroom and check things out. No way. The police told us not to go anywhere, remember? Huh? How boring. You're such a boring guy. You got no motivation, no spirit. Huh? What's going on? Giving Mystic Maya trouble again, Mr. Nick? Not you too, Pearls. Please don't stick your little nose into this one. So listen to this, Pearly. This one time at lawyer camp, Nick... Oh, okay, I get it. Let's go take a look. Yay. I knew you couldn't say no to me, Nick. That's right. You'd walk over miles of hot coal for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you, Mr. Nick? That would be every time we work the case together. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go already. You can come along too, Pearly. Goody, I get to come. Alright. There's nothing really out of the ordinary here. Are you looking for the incident that the old lady was talking about? Doesn't look like it happened here. Well, we better go look somewhere else. Alright then, let's try. Excuse me. Ah. Are you by chance Miss Maya Fey? Yeah, that's me. You have a phone call waiting for you at the front desk. A call? What if it's someone from Kurine Village? What's wrong, Mystic Maya? Oh, nothing. You guys go on ahead and I'll be right there, okay? Okay. I mean, the zipper face really kind of gives away who you are, huh? Right this way, Miss Fey. Let's go look somewhere else now, Mr. Nick. Yeah, okay. This is a little exciting and a little scary. I told you I get people the info they want, which means I got a right to know. Nope, don't care who you are, pal. We're still investigating, so you can't go in. What's your problem? Just you wait. It'll be all over the morning paper. Scruffy detective, secrets, scandal revealed. You'll see, I'll get you back. Those two sound pretty serious. That southern accent can only mean... Hey, Wright. Hey, Lotta. Come on, do a gal favor and tell this cop I'm just doing my job and I got rights. Ah, you. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. Hey, pal, help a guy out. Tell her that only the police are allowed here. This is the scene of a murder, so she should leave this to us pros. A murder? Ah, shit, me and my big mouth. See, I knew it. My gut instinct told me so. I always trust my gut. A murder, it said. And that's what it is, a genuine murder. And there she goes. Hey, wait. Yeehaw, a murder. Of a big star, no less. Oh man, I'm in trouble now. Murder, tell me. So, Detective Gumshoe, a murder? No, that's not it. I got my facts mixed up for a second there, pal. Mr. Nick? Isn't that person the Nickel Samurai? Huh? Why do you ask? Well, Mystic Maya was rooting for him, so... It wasn't the Nickel Samurai that got bumped. Actually, the Nickel Samurai is the one under suspicion of doing the bumping off. What? The guy that died was this hero named the Jammin' Ninja, pal. The Jammin' Ninja? That woman with the big puffy hair that looks like cotton candy. You mean Lotta? That woman, she was there at the time too, right? That time? When Mystic Maya did that channeling? Oh, that time. Well, Lotta's a journalist, so that's why she was there. Journalist? It looks like she was hanging around here before the murder happened. Hanging around? Yeah, hiding in wait in front of the Jammin' Ninja's door, pal. But why would she... She wouldn't tell me, pal. Just said something about getting my big scoop. Scoop? What sort of news could she be after? So the victim was the Jammin' Ninja. Mr. Jammin' Ninja. He was on a really popular rival show to the Nickel Samurai. Oh. The victim was the action star, Juan Corrida. He got a huge push and rode the express train to stardom. I mean, even I know who he is. Yeah, even I recognize his face. But I heard lately that Matt on guard's been taking the wind out of his sail. I'm telling you, pal, as far as who's popular, those two are hogging all the limelight. I guess there's no space for Mr. Powers at all, huh? Poor guy. Mr. On guard. That's the Nickel Samurai, right? Yep. I mean, no. You've got to say it with more oomph. The Nickel Samurai. Anyway, now that Juan Corrida's gone, that means Mr. On guard has a whole stage to himself, wouldn't you say? I wouldn't bet on it, pal. You can't have that happen, you know? Can't have that happen? What's that supposed to mean, I wonder? I'm just trying to get more info out of you, right? Give me more info on the victim. An autopsy report? I'm not a real fan of action shows or anything, but I know who Juan Corrida and Matt on guard are. You can't talk about one without talking about the other, I guess. They even debuted around the same time, so they have this real fiery rivalry with each other. Kinda like you and me, pal. I never knew he thought of me as a rival. I'm honored. Nickel Samurai, he really took the Grand Prix tonight. Maya's a big fan of his. Really? Oh, I'm sorry then. Why are you sorry? Matt on guard was just arrested, pal. On suspicion of murdering Juan Corrida. What? Why was Mr. On guard arrested? Sorry, pal, but that's not something I can tell you. You started the investigation, so we don't want any leaks. Looks like yet another Steel Samurai hero's in hot water. Mr. Nick? If Mystic Maya knew about this... Yeah, I know, she'd make me take this case. I know. That's all the parties involved, okay. Hey, so what's going on, Mr. Wright? It looks like Juan Corrida has been killed. What? Juan is... looks like he was murdered, and the suspect was arrested. That suspect is Mr. Matt on guard. You're joking, right? Nope, they arrested the Nickel Samurai on suspicion of murdering the Jammin' Ninja. Ooh, not again. I feel sick. Again? About a year ago, something just like this happened, Pearls. I still can't believe it. No way, Matt would. What's Mr. Powers got in his hand? Oh, before I forget, this is free, Mr. Wright. I got this from the bellboy that came by earlier. For me? Oh, why? I don't know. All he said was it was for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney. Matt is the most energetic and active actor out there right now. The Nickel Samurai really sealed his place as a pop idol. But he kept adding fuel to the fire of his rivalry with Juan anyway. Mr. Juan, he's the Jammin' Ninja, right? Was the Jammin' Ninja. He's dead now, Pearl. Those two would butt heads over everything they could think of. But I'd say that Matt was the one who almost always came out on top. I guess some people only know how to relate to others by butting heads like a ram. Juan said that he'd take Matt out on this time too, so he joined the rival TV show. And that was the Jammin' Ninja. The stylish Nickel Samurai and the burning Jammin' Ninja. Well, things turned messy real fast with those two using their shows for their reward. The final tally, look around, it's pretty obvious how things ended up. not even won the Grand Prix this year. The final win over his rival, I guess. Mr. On Guard was going to hold a press conference, wasn't he? That was what I heard. Though if you want to get technical about it, it was the Nickel Samurai's conference. The Nickel Samurai. Yeah, he was supposed to wear his costume and give the press conference that way. He was going to be in costume? But why? I'm not sure. They don't keep me in the loop anymore. I was just wondering, where's Mystic Maya? She's been gone a long time. Now that she mentions it, Maya was only going to answer a phone call. Maybe she got lost. I'll take a quick look around for her. Ah. Well, what is it, Mr. Nick? Huh? I'm not sure. It's coming from this transceiver. Beep. Yes, hello? Right here. Is this Mr. Phoenix Wright, the attorney? And you are? You don't need to know who I am. I think you have other things to be concerning yourself with, such as... Help! Nick! Mystic Maya! Maya? So, Mr. Wright, wouldn't you agree that the more important issue is the fate of the girl? Her fate? Does he mean what I think he means? Maya, where are you? Are you hurt? Come now, don't fall apart on me yet. This can't be. Now that I have your attention, Mr. Attorney, I have a modest proposal for you. He's like slowly blacking out. If you do what I require, then I will return to you your valuable item unharmed. What is this called again, in your fancy lawyer terms? Kidnapping for ransom. Yes, that's it. This is a kidnapping. Mystic Maya! My sight. Everything's fading away. Maya's been kidnapped. Are you there? Mr. Attorney, are you there? How much? How much do you want? Very good, Mr. Attorney. I'm glad you have such a good grasp on of the situation. Hurry up and state your condition, and then return Maya. Money is not what I seek. What? What I want is a certain verdict. I would like a complete acquittal. Complete acquittal? But what in the world have you done to need... I am not the person you will be representing. What? You are currently at the Gatewater Hotel, are you not? And I know that a murder has just taken place there. Juan Creta was killed, and the suspect is Madame Guard. You are, as expected, quite on top of things, Mr. Attorney. Now then, what I want is very simple. I want you to obtain a complete acquittal for Madame Guard. Madame Guard? But why? He did not kill anyone, I can attest to that. However what? However, someone is framing him for the murder. A very smart someone who is setting him up to take the fall. If I agree and do what he wants, can I believe he'll keep his end of the bargain? You are, of course, at liberty to take me at my word or not. However, there is one thing you can take as fact. Right now, your very precious item is with me, in my possession. Help! Nick! Maya! You have 2 days. Of course, tonight he will be in questioning with the police, but the trial is in 2 days. At that trial, you will win a not guilty verdict. Remember, you only have one chance. One chance, Mr. Attorney. One. You expect me to get a not guilty in one trial day? Yes, exactly. I don't believe I was wrong in choosing you, so don't let me down. Oh yes, that's right. Now that I'm playing the role of the kidnapper, I can't pass up this chance to say, and don't even think about calling the cops. Not great, but you get the idea. Damn it. Who the hell are you? Very well, I'll tell you that much. My name is the Killer. Mr. Nick, where is Mystic Maya? She's been kidnapped. No, it's all my fault. If only I had gone with Mystic Maya. That's not your fault, Pearls. But it is. Mystic Maya. Mr. Wright, I think we should tell the police what's going on. No, we can't do that. If we do, who knows what will happen to Maya. Mr. Nick, what about the detective we saw earlier? Detective Gumshoe? Yes, that's it. Wait here and I'll be right back. Alright, I'll take care of Pearl while you're away. What? Ransom? Shh, not so loud. The ransom is complete acquittal from Madame Guard. Wait, the deal is complete acquittal in exchange for Maya, you mean? And this means Madame Guard is obviously the killer, pal. No doubt about it. But then the guy said that Mr. Guard is innocent. Really believe what a kidnapper tells you, pal? I guess he has a point. If Guard really is innocent, then why the kidnapping? And on top of everything else, there's all this evidence we keep finding. Huh? forensics team is having a field day back there. But it's strange. There's so much evidence that it feels like something's wrong. There's too much evidence? Is that possible? Actually, didn't the kidnapper say something about on guard being set up? Anyway, looks like you won't be leaving here tonight, pal. Just sit tight and cooperate with the investigation. Tomorrow you can start yours. Alright. Isn't there another way? You also got to be careful about pushing the kidnapper the wrong way. You're right. Ow, my head. Where am I? I wonder if I'm still in that hotel. Well, what happened to me? Nick, early. Come on, you guys. This isn't funny anymore. I see you've awoken. Ah. Who are you? Me? I'm known as the Killer. The Killer? You mean like an assassin? I'm too young to die. Don't worry. You are not my target. For now, anyway. Nick, where are you? Help me. Yes, that's right. Only one person can save you now. That is Mr. Phoenix Wright. Huh? What? Nick's going to save me? Calm down and be a good girl. Think of this as a business transaction. A business transaction? I'm going to contact him now. I hope you'll cooperate and play your assigned role well. What's going to happen to me? Nick, Pearly. Sis. That was right before the call was made, okay? Yep. Good morning. Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, come on, let's hurry and go see Mr. On Guard. You have to wait a bit, Pearls. Visiting hours don't start until 9 AM, so... Oh, I see. Mystic Maya. If only I had gone with you. Poor Pearls, she's been like this since last night. I managed to get home somehow, yesterday evening. Thanks to Detective Gumshoe gently holding her by the hand and leading her here. By the looks of it, I don't think Pearls got any sleep at all last night. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, she's alright. Right? Yeah, she's alright. Either way, I'm gonna save her. You can trust me on that. Please help her. I'm only able to stay this calm and collected. Because Pearls is doing the crying for the both of us. You couldn't wait for visiting hours to start, so Pearls and I came down here early to visit one Nickel Samurai charged with the murder of the Jamming Ninja. Okay, good morning. How are you today? I know the situation might be a little tough for you. Where? Oh, sorry, dude. Huh? I already signed up. Excuse me? I already have life insurance. I signed up a long time ago because my job is, you know. Oh, no. We're not insurance salespeople. Really? Dude, I really don't need that right now either. Fire extinguishers? I mean, this building isn't my house, so... No, we're not here to sell you fire extinguishers either. I'm a lawyer. My name is Phoenix Wright. A lawyer? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my manager, okay? How's he doing this while still, like, what, did he not confiscate his things? The Nickel Samurai sure is a strange person, isn't he? I think strange is an understatement. Sorry about that. You're just in time. Huh? You're a lawyer, dude, right? My manager's looking for a good one right now, so how about it? Mr. Nick, this is our chance. I have to make him let me take his case. I have to. Sorry to intrude, but I would like to ask you a few personal questions. That's okay, but dude, my autobiography is coming out soon, so... If I say stuff without the publisher's approval, then I'm gonna be in real hot water. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask my publisher, okay? Mr. Angard is so lucky. He has so many people he can talk to. I don't know if he actually has anyone he can really talk to. Sorry about that. Like I thought, the publisher said it'd be real bad if I said anything, dude. Does he have a mind of his own? Mr. Angard, I would like to ask you about the murder. Oh, are you covering this for a tablet as a side job, dude? Well, if you want my statement on this, you should ask... Oh, if you want my statement on this, you should ask my staff. No, I'm not asking on behalf of a tabloid. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna ask the president of the studio, okay? Is he alright, Mr. Nick? You were talking about Mr. Enguarde's brain here. I wouldn't put my money on it. Sorry about that. The studio president said, even Neo Mount Fuji itself knows I'm not the murderer. Mr. Nick, what's Neo Mount Fuji? It's a mountain in the city of Neo Old Tokyo, the city the Nickel Samurai protects. Okay, I guess I'm gonna show him some stuff here. My badge. I'm a lawyer. I'm here to represent you. Mr. Enguarde, this is an attorney's badge. Dude, I'm sorry, but I don't have the free time to be looking at things like that. Huh? I'm much too busy with Nickel Samurai stuff right now. I don't have the time to take a lawyer's correspondence course. Why does he believe I'm a salesman? Insurance, then extinguishers, now this. What's that? It's a ticket for the press conference. You were going to give one after winning the Grand Prix, right? Huh? Me? Yes, well, you were in costume, no less. I never heard anything like that, dude. I only heard about the stage show. I always leave that kind of stuff to my manager. You didn't know? That's odd. What else can I present you? This? Mr. Nick, what are you going to do with that? I don't know yet, but I figure I could at least show it to him. Is that a transceiver? Hey, it looks like a real nice one, too. I got it as a present from someone. Interesting. I've also been instructed to take your case. Is that what you heard from the transceiver? Yes. Dude, that's terrible. Don't let some disembodied voice boss you around. It's coming from a man with a cell phone in his wrist. Well, dude, I think it's about time for me to get going. Please wait. I really need to take your case. There's always other people in need of a lawyer, right? Want me to introduce you to a few? Please let Mr. Nick represent you. Man, oh man. Lawyers these days. Now you dudes use kids to pull in clients too? You don't take me as your lawyer, then the killer's going to... Wait, what did you just say? The killer. The killer? What's he doing? Looks like he's mulling something over. Alright, dude. I accept your terms. Huh? I'll let you represent me in court. You did it. You did, Mr. Nick. Yeah. I don't feel any better for it, and he doesn't look too happy either. Go ahead, ask me anything. I'll help as much as I can, dude. Man, I think my lucky stars that people know my name. Well, you're quite the hero, and you're in the national spotlight. I didn't know who he is. Does that mean I'm not a good citizen? Yes, that's exactly what that means. It's really great to be the Nickel Samurai. Dude, lately, I just keep on getting more and more popular. True enough, Nickel Samurai is very popular among high schoolers and secretaries right now. I guess Mr. Enguarde has a way of catching the eyes of women. Do you know my motto? Refreshing like a spring breeze, that's what I am. A spring breeze? That's why this kind of scandal is disastrous, dude. I mean, even if I get out of here tomorrow, it's still gonna look bad. Everyone loves a good scandal. Can you tell me about your activities last night? After I got the award, I took a break and went back to my room. I had that post-ceremony stage show to do. So I was in my Nickel Samurai costume. You were alone the entire time? My manager was running around being busy, so yeah. Because of the press conference you were supposed to hold after the show? I told you, dude, I have no idea about any press conference, alright? That's strange. I thought the Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. Anyway, when I was leaving my room, that's when I noticed it was kind of noisy. Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time? Yeah, that's what I gathered anyway from my manager. I'm beginning to gather that this guy can't do a thing on his own. And that's when the detective in the green coat showed up. He searched me, and then out of the blue, the dude arrested me. About you and the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita. What sort of... That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Man, with that face of his, you can't even tell he's the same age as me. And he wanted to try to make a Jammin' Ninja movie, even though we all know it failed. The Nickel Samurai still won in the end, right? Yeah, I took the Grand Prix by storm. So why would I, the winner, have any reason to kill the guy anyway? Dude, you'd think it'd be the other way around, you know? Do you know why you were arrested? I guess maybe my full body search went badly. Did they find something on you? They found a button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume. A button? I don't get it either. It was caught in the pleats of my samurai pants or hakama. Ah. Dude, I really think someone planted it there though. I'm serious. I wonder if that's what really happened. I guess that's about all I'm going to get out of him. Mr. Nick? Yeah? Let's ask one last thing. Let's test Mr. On Guard to see if he really is innocent or not. We can do that? Yes. If you use this, Maya's Magatama, he won't be able to hide any secrets from you, Mr. Nick. I'm sure of it. I get it. Mr. On Guard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Please answer me honestly. What is it, dude? Did you kill Mr. Juan Carrito? Please put the phone away and answer this question yourself. Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes Juan Carrito, okay? Well, Mr. Nick? Nothing. Not a chain or lock in sight. Which means it's alright to trust them. Yeah, it does appear that way. Well, at least I can breathe a sigh of relief knowing my client is innocent. The trial's tomorrow, right? I'm counting on you, dude. That was a short segment. Ah, more investigation. Okay, that makes sense. Why they break it up into chapters? That tells me that this is going to be a long segment too then. Okay, well, either way. Well, at least we're able to get Matt on Guard as our client, and we know that he didn't do it, which is very important. So now what should we do? Well, the trial's tomorrow, and we only get this one chance. There's only one way to prove that Mr. On Guard's innocence. We have to find the real killer. Okay, let's start looking. Hey, what do you think you're doing? You can't just come in without... Good morning. Hold on, it's you. What is going on in here? I heard poor Juan was killed. Is that true? It's a bad rerun is what this is. Another steel samurai doing the most evil of deeds. You know, that's not entirely... we know that was Hirano Juan's. Why all the stars I'm interested in drop one by one like flies. So it's been that way ever since I was a little girl in elementary school. The class handler was fine until it was my turn to clean the kitchen and died. The kids started calling me the Queen Reaper. That's just what they dubbed me. Or was in your innate evil little... Okay. Actually, I want to ask you about the murder and what happened. Don't push me, boy. Mr. Nick? I couldn't hear everything she said because she was talking too fast. Miss Oldbag, could you please speak a little slower? Don't boss me around, you spiky-haired smarty pants. My dear Hammer died a year ago in that dreadful murder. And only recently did I find the star that makes my heart go ba-dump again. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I ask you, why does every star I cheer for always ends up kicking the bucket? I watch the words. No one's going to get away with saying anything bad about my Juan. But I haven't said anything. Well, I don't believe that a word that woman says anyway. Huh? What woman? That irritating backwater girl with the afro and the horrible country accent. I mean, what does that manner of speaking supposed to be? And why does she never stop? Honestly, women these days, they don't know the meaning of the word modesty. I was a young maniac, I was beautiful. Blah blah blah. Okay. Love poems are pearls? Are you thirsty? A little. Okay, I'll go get you some juice or something. Thank you very much. Hey, are you paying attention? Youngins today. So I'm guessing Miss Oldbag heard everything from Lada. That's what it sounds like. I want to ask you about what happened around the time of the murder. I don't know anything about that. I was here getting ready. Getting ready for what? The show, of course. Well, and the press conference afterwards. Cue mysterious music for the magical press conference. Anyway, I don't know anything about the murder. I see. But if you're talking about what I saw, that's different. I saw it very clearly. What? I saw the most important moment of the night. The most important moment? You don't mean... Oh, so now you treat me with respect, you disrespectful child. When you speak to your elders, you should always be polite. Really, kids today. Please tell me, what did you see? 4? Why do you have 4 locks? The murder last night was gruesome, wasn't it? But then, what murder isn't? Please don't stray onto another tangent, please. Want to hear more? Then show respect and bring this lady a present. Okay, I have like nothing to work with, so we gotta move on for now. Well, looks like the investigation is still in full swing. The hotel staff and the police are running around like a bunch of headless chickens. I wonder if we can do any investigation of our own in this kind of atmosphere. Well, gotta roll up the sleeves and try, I guess. Hallway. Hey, you're here. Been waiting for you, Mr. Lawyer. Lotta. Hey, Mr. Copfella. The thief showed his face. Oh, what? Arrest him. Put him on trial. Find him guilty. Give him the death penalty. What's wrong, Lotta? Are you feeling alright? Looked here and there and up and down the mountain, but it ain't here. So why don't you just hurry up and give it back to me, you creep? What are you looking for? My camera. Camera. It's my last blood. I'm gonna die without my $700 camera. Your camera? Look, don't lots of people say the criminal always goes back to the scene of the crime? And looky, here you are. Yep, here I am, faced with a lot of trouble. Huh? So you lost your camera. It ain't no ordinary camera. You buy in a store and it's a $1,600 brand new. But didn't you say you just bought it for $700? I had a nice long talk with the guy at the store. About 5 hours, I reckon. I made this itty-bitty scratch on it and the manager got all huffed in the face. He gave me his talking to and was real mean about it too. He done made me cry at that. When did you lose your camera? Last night, after the murder happened. Must have been when I was busy running around looking into things. That's when I lost sight of my dear, darling, expensive sweetie. Lotta, what did you capture with that expensive camera of yours? I don't rightly know. I snapped a shot of anything that caught my eye, so I don't remember. Besides, I couldn't get anything for my big scoop. I wonder what Lotta's missing camera is even connected to the murder. Okay. Lotta, please tell me what you know about what happened at the time of the murder. Well, from before the ceremony last night, I was hanging around here in this area. Yeah, actually, I was here until around the time Mr. Engard was arrested. What were you doing here? You sure you went to school, city boy? Wherever Lotta heart goes, there's a story to be found. A big scoop to be had. A big scoop? I told you before, I'm gonna be the best tabloid photographer the world's ever seen. Right, of course, that means I'm always looking for the perfect shot. I wonder what scoop she was after this time. Although, I was also on the lookout for the other stars that were here. So, maybe I wasn't here the entire time. Big scoop. Lotta, are you sure you weren't here the entire time? So you could take a picture for your big scoop? Well, maybe I was, but that's what real journalists do. I got some juicy inside info, so I thought to myself, why not get a picture for proof? What kind of story was it that you would hang around here? Another one. They're busting up the locks for this one. Oops, sorry, Mr. Lawyer. Can't be telling you that. Trade secret, you know? Not again. Why does everyone have something to hide? We've been stopped, haven't we? Yeah, take that, Mr. Lawyer. Glad someone around here is happy, Miss Lotta, and your eye rule smile. Okay, oh, we can go into the rooms. Okay, let's go in. So I'm in Mr. Juan's room. Mr. Nick, where are we? We're in Mr. Juan Carita's room, Pearls. Mr. Carita? The victim. Which makes this the crime scene too. Oh, it's you. So, what happened? The kidnapper. Has he contacted you again? Not yet, he probably won't until we win Mr. Engard's acquittal. You doing okay, pal? Hanging in there? I guess I'm to be alright. We don't have a lot of time left, but I'm going to help you as much as I can, pal. Can you do that? Even if you want to look around the crime scene? Just this once. Special circumstances, right, pal? I'll even tell you everything I know, but you gotta keep quiet. It's my neck on the line here. Thank you. Oh, that's right. I got you guys a map for the hotel. Here you go, little missy. Wow, you're giving it to me? Thank you. Wouldn't want you to get lost in a hotel too big for its own good, pal. Mr. Nick, I got a map. That's great, Pearls. But Mr. Nick, I can't read what it says. Alright, detective, let's talk. Do you know what was the cause of death? Well, technically, the final autopsy report isn't out yet, but one look at the victim should tell you, pal. It should? Yeah, here's a picture. There's a knife in his chest. Yeah, pal, that's the murder weapon. So he's stabbed to death. I'm looking at the fingerprints down at the lab right now. There were fingerprints on the knife? Yep. And it looks like they're pretty sure they're Mr. Engarde's prints, pal. That's bad, real bad. Why was Mr. Engarde arrested? Because we had evidence on him. Evidence? It looks like the victim, Juan Carita, really put up a big fight. Yeah, one look at the crime scene, you can tell. There's signs of a struggle everywhere. Well, yeah, during the fight, his button came off. Mr. Engarde said something about a button. Something like one of the Jammin Ninja's buttons got caught in his Akama. But that's not all. What? There was a witness, pal. A witness? Who was it? That lady, Miss Oldbag. Please, anyone but her. Prosecution has plenty of evidence to make a solid case. Not to mention, there's something around here where the Vic was that's a little off. Something that's a little off, as in, that's for you to figure out, pal. Alright, let's try to figure it out, Mr. Nick. Let us investigate. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Carita fought his assailant. What are these bits of glass from? A flower vase, maybe? There's some flowers on the floor, but I don't know what they are. You don't know much about flowers, do you, Mr. Nick? Tomato juice? Or wine? Oh, there's tomato juice, because I did see the picture in the middle there behind the text, as you can see. It's a beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it. Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it that much. There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. But doesn't it seem weird? What seems weird? I mean, everything else is scattered all over the floor. She's right. The flower vase was broken and the makeup is strewn everywhere. Why is this glass the only thing that's still alright? Looks like Mr. Carita had dinner last night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. He had a lot of food at the award show last night, but I wonder if the stars hadn't gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. No clues here? So that's a bed, right? Yep, it's big, but it's a bed. Wait, what, do you not sleep? Do you not sleep in a bed? I forget she's like sheltered. But you'd still have a bed at least, no? Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft. Big beds must be a rarity for her. Robot dog. Okay. This is a guitar case, I guess. A little beat up, but still usable. That's strange. The guitar's on here. Maybe he forgot to bring it to the show? Mystic Maya, she said the bright red guitar that was a Jammin Ninja's signature item. It's true. Huh? This guitar case is wet, but it's only wet on the top of the lid. Yeah. There's no water inside the case. This is water, isn't it? I mean, I guess I got everything I could on this side, right? It's so messy here. Rose really likes things neat and tidy, I take it. There are a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are. Pretty please? Okay, that over there is a watch you wear it on your wrist. Excuse me. I know what a watch is. Oops. For a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls on Maya. Wow, there are a lot of bears. Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there kind of a bear he doesn't have? There's even a few in the trash can. Yep, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears. Poor teddies. It's hard to bear with all these problems. Growl. Like, why? Get him out of here. You don't need to see him anymore. I don't think I want to bear with the trauma that last case caused me. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Bears. Fridge. There are all sorts of things in this refrigerator. Carrot juice bottle and tomato juice bottle are both empty. Empty? It's too much of a hassle to throw them away, I guess. They're all vegetable juices. I guess it must have been a real health nut. Oh, there's a beet, some ketchup, and a bottle of strawberry jam, too. Maybe red was his favorite color? Okay, I think we can... Okay, we found stuff. What can you tell me about this guitar case? Oh, that. This is just what I heard about, but that's the Jammin' Ninja signature item. The guitar case? No, not that. What do you take me as? I mean the guitar inside, of course. But the guitar is missing. Yeah, we looked for it too. It's not normal for a person to forget to bring a guitar to their most famous item to an award show. It's starting to sound like that red guitar is related to this case after all. So about this wine glass. Ah, so you noticed, pal. The whole crime scene was a mess, but this glass was the only thing that was untouched. You noticed that too, Detective Gumshoe? No, actually, Miss Von Karma noticed it at first. Yeah, Pearls noticed it before me too. Hey, wait a minute. So does that mean Miss Von Karma's here at the hotel? Yeah, she's around, man. You're going to be in so much trouble, pal. Especially if she catches you in here. Well, you can bet the instant I see her, I'll be running the 1,000-meter dash. Oh. What's that beeping noise, Mr. Nick? I've heard this sound somewhere before. It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? For some reason, whenever I hear that sound, she pops out of nowhere and whips me. Come to think of it, that's exactly what happened the last time. Sorry, I gotta make myself scarce. Later, pal. Too late. At last, you reveal your true nature, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Gulp. Would it be too much to ask for you to be nice to me for a change? So you're gonna have to steal information from pitifully hopeless detectives. That's very dishonorable of you. Ow. Hey, don't you dare run away, Mr. Scruffy McTrenchcoat. I didn't think the detectives of this country could be this pitiful. Hello, detective, come over here for a second. Oh, that is a whipping. And he's dead. I feel better knowing at least you were man enough to face your punishment. He was so scared he just froze up on the spot. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you have soiled my perfect prosecution record. I'll never forget that. This time, victory is mine. Victory is yours? Is that all this means to you? What? Come, Scruffy. Investigation briefing is about to begin. Yes, sir. This isn't over yet. I swear on my family's honor. Ow, what did she throw at me now? What is this? Well, I guess this means I gotta get back to the precinct now, pal. If you ever need me, come down to the Criminal Affairs Department, alright? If you can, try not to let Miss Von Karma see you. Wait, did we get something? No. Well, we did, but I don't know what it is, exactly it is yet, I suppose? Oh, something popped up. Mr. Nick, what is this piece of paper? It's called an autograph. Autograph? The paper's got Mr. Corita's name written on it, so it's his autograph. I can't read it at all. To be honest, I've never seen writing that looks like this. It's a special way of writing called cursive. Look here, see how it says, "To my dearest Wendy," in normal letters here? This sloppy, unreadable writing. It's crazy and cruel to give this to someone. Hold on. Wendy? I've heard the name somewhere before. Old bag, she's the killer. Okay, so we'll check out the other one now. The other room. Where are we? We're in Matt on guard's room. On guard's dressing room. This is our client's room. May I help you with something? Oh, hello, Zero Suit Samus. No, where? You're Mr. On Guard's lawyer, correct? I gathered as much. I also looked for lawyers on my end, but to no avail. How did you know I'm his lawyer? You were just saying that he is your client. In a situation like this, the only person who would use such a word would be his lawyer. Wow. It's a simple deduction, really. The trial is tomorrow, and Mr. Engarde's situation is looking rather grim. So you came here, one stop in your mad dash to find clues to build this case, correct? Well, you're not totally right, but you're not totally off either. It's really not the time to be showing off, Mr. Nick. I'm Adrian Andrews. I hate to waste time, so let's get down to business. Oh, alright. She may be of small stature, but appearances can be deceiving. Let's talk, lady. I assume the first thing you need to know is what everyone was doing that night, correct? Yes, that's correct. And I will tell you. Before the award ceremony, I had dinner with Mr. Engarde. In this very room, I might add. Dinner? What did you eat? I told you, I hate to waste time with trifling details. If you took a look at the table yourself, you would need to ask me. Alright, rude. I bet she's a lot of fun at parties. When the award show was starting, I headed for Viola Hall. And after the show ended, you came back to this room? No, I had some small errands to run. I helped with the preparations in the lobby. Oh, preparations for the post-ceremony show, I guess. When it was time for the post-ceremony show, I came back to call for Mr. Engarde. After that, I went to visit Mr. Kurita. And that's when you found his body, isn't it? You really held strong through everything. Yeah, she does seem to be mentally tough as nails. So about you and... stop right there. You aren't seriously about to ask how Mr. Engarde and I are related, are you? Sorry. I have no idea how he could chose you as his lawyer. Why'd I have to go and say something like that? Why did she have to go and say something like that? Mr. Nick, calm down, hang in there. I'll give you a shoulder rub to relieve your stress later, alright? I already gave you my name earlier, but I will add that I'm Mr. Engarde's manager. His manager. Speaking of managers, did the victim, Mr. Kurita, have one? No, he did not. He didn't. Global Studios has a very different policy from Worldwide Studios, in that Worldwide Studios does not assign individual managers to their stars. I see. This industry is very ruthless and unforgiving. Actually, you look quite ruthless and unforgiving yourself to your poor partner. Dragging a little girl like her to places like this, honestly. You're wrong. I'm doing this to help Mystic Maya. Pearls. Calm down, hang in there. I'll buy you juice later, alright? I'd like to ask you about this. Okay, well... I guess we'll come back. Can we examine what we have here? What did you eat for dinner, Ah, steaks. Giant bone sitting on the plate. I don't really like meat. There's something weird about this plate. I just wish I could put my finger on what it is. Something off? Okay, I guess we need some tools for that later then. Okay, where else are we headed? Back to the hall, maybe? Yeah, here we go. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm just gonna do a couple quick checks here. Oh, Mr. Wright, how are you? Ah, Mr. Powers, have you been here the entire time? Yeah, people connected to the murder aren't allowed to go home, let alone leave. Can you tell me a little more about the Nickel Samurai TV show? Okay. The Nickel Samurai is an action hero program aimed towards kids. It's a sequel to the Steel Samurai. I see. This time, there are 3 samurai brothers, Aluminum Samurai, Tin Samurai, and of course, the Nickel Samurai. It's a love why in Neo Old Tokyo. I see. Wait, a love what? A love why? This girl, Sayo, works at the tea shop and all 3 guys fall for her at the same time. Oh, I guess the Y shape is like the 3 brothers colliding over this one girl. Anyway, Sayo is actually the daughter of the evil Strawberry Clan's leader. Sounds like an unusual situation, like Romeo and Juliet times 3. Yeah. Strange thing is, this sort of forbidden love story is really the big with the office ladies. Yes, Pearl? What happens next? I want to know. Miss Sayo. Does Miss Sayo fall in love? She does, doesn't she? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. I'm going to stop watching Kids Masterpiece Theater starting this week. I can't believe she's really considering it. So what's the Jammin' Ninja TV show like? It started from a remake of an old movie, to tell you the truth. The Jammin' Ninja, like the samurai shows, is geared towards kids. It's a story of a ninja who can't scale a wall but became a big pop star anyway. What? He was a really lousy ninja. Absolutely couldn't do any ninja things right at all. But boy could he sing. With his trusty bright red guitar in hand, he took the ancient world by storm. A ninja with a bright red guitar. And then the final fight in front of his beloved Princess Misola. Jammin' versus the Muromachi 5. Suddenly, our brave hero catches a not-so-jammin' cold the night before Battle 3. Aw, that's too bad for him. Yeah. But this kind of pop music-based love story is something that high school girls really like. Yes, Pearl? What happens next? I want to know. The Jammin' Ninja, will he be able to sing? What about Princess Misola? Every Sunday at 8 a.m. What show should I watch? Can't believe she's really considering it. Okay, we need some more information. Well, maybe we can get some information on people. Guess you've never seen this case before? It's pretty famous by now because it holds the bright red guitar. The bright red guitar, right? If the guitar is so important, how can you forget it for the award ceremony? That does seem a little strange. Here, wanna see a dead body? Okay, I think we got prison profiles. Let's we know enough about these people. Let's throw you in. Hey, that's Miss Andrews. She's Matt's manager. Actually, I was interested in her for a little bit. Just a little. So Mr. Powers likes this type of woman. What do you know about Miss Andrews? Well, see, here's the thing. I don't really know her, you know? There's sort of a small rumor going around about her right now. A rumor? Ah, if you're interested, I'd be glad to share what I know. He's so happy, he looks like a lion that just found his next meal. Alright, speak. Would you mind telling me about this gossip, quote-unquote? Ah, so you are interested in it. I figured you would be. Yeah, I have such a weakness for celebrity gossip too. Oh, really? You too, huh? Yeah, so take a look at this. Looks like a tabloid Miss Oldbag would read. Alright, let's hear. Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager, to the stars, Miss AA. You see now, don't you? What? You can't stop pretending to be in the dark, Mr. Wright. Juan Creator didn't have a manager of his own, which means if we're talking about a certain manager with the initials AA, Adrian Andrews. Yes, exactly. This is big news. But it seems kind of odd, that woman, Miss Andrews, together with the biggest rival of her client? That's that wonderful thing that can only happen between two people. Mr. Powers looks so happy. Pearl's just following along, not having any idea as to why he's smiling. Well, like the saying goes, one man's garbage is the other man's treasure. What the hell? Someone's calling her garbage? Okay, have you seen a camera? No. Okay, well. Let's check out the lobby. Oh, wait a minute. My measurements? No, that's okay, really. She doesn't like him, does she, Mr. Nick? I know. Okay, I think what we gotta do is... So she won't take the autograph directly.
Take that!
I'll have you tell me everything you know. Four locks is quite a lot to go through. Is the autograph enough, though? Alright, I'll be honest with you for now. Then please, tell us what you saw. But what a waste. And here I have a perfectly good chance to have a little fun at you young'uns' expense. I am a little devil after all. Doesn't that imply you aren't a good person? Alright, I'll give you what you want. That's Juan's autograph. Yes, it is. And it even says to my dearest Wendy on it. That's me, right? Right? My name is Wendy Oldbag, so that Wendy has to be me, right? Well, it may say Wendy, but somehow I don't think Juan had this Wendy in mind when he signed it. Oh, please, give it to me. Let me have it, please. I can't let you have it just like that. Yes, I know. Then how about exchange? Oh wow, okay, she's quick to open up. Wow, she must have want that autograph. Offer isn't good enough for you? Fine, Mr. Wright, you win. Wendy Oldbag, ready to open up her heart. All for my dearest Juan. Alright, what did you see? I feel bad for you now. Huh? I tell you, I saw him that night. I saw him coming out of the Juan's room. You're kidding. Oh no. It was about 10 minutes before Juan's body was discovered. It was just a coincidence. I was on my way to the toilet minding my own business. And? Did you tell it to the police? Well, of course. I thought I could get a gift certificate or two out of it. Maybe more. Gift certificate? I've been recruited again for that part of the trial, you know? The trial tomorrow. This time, you're gonna get it. I'm gonna work hard to get your client pronounced guilty. Mr. Angard hasn't done anything bad. I don't care about details like that. I just know he did my dear poor Juan in. I just do. A yellow-bellied chicken? A yellow-bellied chicken? I wonder what that would look like. I trust my senses. I know when someone did something bad, and I say he did it. What did Mr. Angard ever do to her to deserve this? What did Mr. Angard do to you to make you so... You don't know? That guy, he framed my Juan. He created that scandal that plagued poor Juan. Mr. Nick. Well, what is it? What's a scandal? Oh, I'll tell you about that after we get home, okay? Poor Juan. Led astray by the wiles of the vile temptress. Mr. Nick, what do viles and wild temptress mean? How about we just listen to what Miss Oldbag has to say for now? Okay, Pearls? So, Miss Oldbag? Who is this woman you're talking about? Adrian Andrews, of course. Who else? That guy, he shoved the girl onto Juan on purpose. His own manager? But why? I thought lawyers were smart. That was to create a scandal to make Juan lose face. That girl drove Juan to a scandal that dragged his reputation through the mud. Sounds like a pretty standard definition of a scandal to me. Why do you know about that anyway, Miss Oldbag? I'm one of Juan's biggest fans. I'm always out there gathering information. There's nothing I don't know. And do you have proof that Mr. Angard did what you say he did? Next week's issue of a certain magazine says so. Oh, of course, a tabloid. Next week? Doesn't mean it's something people don't know about yet? Why would Miss Oldbag have information like that? And where'd she get it? Probably Lotta, I would think, if I were to think. Where else can we go? Oh, okay. Let's go visit the gumshoe then. It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Great. Now even Pearls is calling him Scruffy. Thanks, Francisco. They say something about an investigation briefing earlier, right? Why don't we come back and try again later when they're done? Okay. I guess that's all we can do, right, Mr. Nick? Okay, I guess we're not done yet. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Do we not have... Hold on. I believe what's her name? Lotta still has a topic that we can press her for. I don't know if we have enough information, though. Big scoop. Lotta, will you please answer my questions? On the night of the murder, why were you loitering around the victim's room? I told you, didn't I? My scoop. What I want to know about are the details of this scoop. That's not something I can tell you. I mean, that there's my bread and butter. Alright then, an unpleasant tabloid photographer looking for a scoop. I'm going to say that you were looking into a scandal. Could it be that you, Lotta Hart, were looking for a break with a huge story? Perhaps an unfolding scandal between Juan Carita and this person? Wendy Oldbag? This woman. She's Adrian Andrews, Angard's manager. Nickel Samurai's manager caught secretly meeting with his rival, the jamming ninja. Would be the hottest story of the season, wouldn't it? You're pretty good at this guessing thing, Mr. Lawyer. But you can't just make up any old thing and think it'll make the papers. You gotta have backup. Backup? Yeah. You gotta have that, what's it, news sauce. Oh, you mean news source? That's it. So show me something that shows that Juan guy had something with Miss Andrews. We got the article, right? Yep.
Take that!
This is the article from a certain weekly tabloid, Jammin' Midnight Rendezvous. To the mysterious yet beautiful manager, to the stars, Miss AA. Ah, Mr. Cordy didn't have a manager of his own. What's more, his rival, Mr. Unguard's manager, Adrian Andrews, she has the initials AA. He saw this article and then thought to take some pictures of them as proof. That's why you were lurking around Mr. Kurita's door last night. Wow. You're looking into Mr. Kurita and Miss Andrews' affair, weren't you? You got it. I was gonna get myself a scoop by catching him in a secret meeting. But there's already an article about it in one of the weekly tabloid magazines. It's no longer breaking news. What'd you just say? Initials are AA. What kind of vague thing is that? Ain't no proof of nothing. People are gonna want to see real proof. Well, at least I do. That's what I was doing. Getting photos. Oh. I'm gonna whip up the reader's interest with some gossip and a little misleading. And spice it up a little and have myself an exclusive story. Wow, Lotta, nice journalistic integrity you got there. I already finished writing up my spicy article, you know? But the paper I wrote it on, my note to myself, it's gone. Your note to yourself? It was inside the case of my $1,600 camera. They done run off together. I came here for my big story. Didn't come here to have my treasure disappear on me. Yeah, I understand. It's enough to make a gal so go bonkers, I tell you. But what's with people now anyway? I never thought I'd see the day when someone doesn't steal something from me. Really want that note back, huh? I've got no idea why though. The story on that note is probably a bold-faced lie. Okay, tabloid article written about, okay. Bit more of an update. Okay, I guess that works. Let's see here. Maybe we can go to Gumshoe now. There we go. Detective Gumshoe said they had an investigation briefing. Yeah, oh, he's back. Hey, so you came, pal. Why the blunt greeting? Because there's nothing to be friendly or happy about. What do you mean by that? Well, things look perfect this time around. The evidence and the testimony are airtight. But we can't just roll over and die. We have to stay positive. So what do you mean the evidence is airtight? I can't give you all the details, pal, but there's two big pieces. Two? And both of them are in this photo. Or the knife, for one thing. And the missing button? Yeah, first thing is the button missing from the victim's chest. That's the button that you found during your body search of Mr. On Guard. Yep, I found the folds of Nickel Samurai's special pants. And the second one is the knife in his chest, pal. The fingerprints on the knife in his chest, to be exact. Fingerprints? Whose are they? Didn't even have to ask, little missy. It's obvious. They're Mad on Guard's. Tomorrow's trial. Talk about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's all about this airtight testimony. It's that old security lady, Miss Oldbag. I thought so. What do you mean you thought so? Did she tell you something, pal? Well, I even told her not to open that mouth of hers and blab to anyone. Her blab knob is stuck on 10, there's no turning it down, trust me. Yeah, well, Miss Oldbag saw it all, pal. She saw Mr. On Guard come out of the victim's room right around the estimated time of death. No way. I need more info. What else can I present to you? Okay, how about the article? How about the tabloid? We're pretty interested in this bit of gossip ourselves. Scandal of Mr. Kurita? But why? Well, 2 years ago, a woman, oh god, committed suicide. Suicide? Her name was Celeste Impax. And she was Juan Kurita's manager. Victim's manager? But that's not all, pal. Miss Impax was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. She taught Miss Andrews everything she knew about the business from square one. Her mentor? A woman who was both Mr. Kurita's manager and Miss Andrews' mentor. Could her suicide have something to do with this case? You want to know more about her, pal? She was the victim's manager and also Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. It's been 2 years since her suicide, and now those two are linked again by another death. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. But, wow. Oh. I'm getting sick of dealing with one foolish idiot after another. Miss Von Karma. You can't seem to stop allying yourself with the enemy, can you? I don't need a traitor in my midst. You don't mean. I do. Scruffy. You have 30 minutes to get out of here. You are no longer needed. Goodbye. That's... Wait. Please wait, sir. If I don't get this month's pay, I'll quiet. If it weren't for traitors like you, I would have won. Is that what you want to say? Who? That voice. Oh, hell yeah, he's back. Edgeworth. It's been a long time, right? This person? This is Mr. Edgeworth? And his music. What am I going to do with you? Still blaming others when things go wrong? You haven't changed a bit, Franziska. You. How dare you show your face to me with a shred of shame upon it? You saw the Von Karma name, dragged it through the mud. Even ran away with your tail between your legs like the ill-bred dog you are. Are you talking about the Von Karma family creed? To be perfect in every way? Well, let's hear it, Franziska. How are things going? I hear you are having a rough time maintaining perfection in this country. You seem to be getting crushed under the weight of it all. That's why I came back. Keep your assumptions to yourself. I haven't given in yet. I won't lose. This case is mine. I'll never hand it over to you. Never. Mr. Phoenix, right? I will see you tomorrow, in court. It'll be a clinical lesson on the meaning of total victory. Still the same wild mare she always was. I thought you, the prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, had gone and died. Mr. Nick. I never want to see you again. I think that's enough of a warm welcome for someone you haven't seen in a year. Are you going to run tomorrow's trial? You heard her, right? That wild mare hasn't given in yet, it seems. So, no, I don't think I'll be making an appearance. Your hatred for me is quite unhealthy, not to mention one-sided. But I will say one thing. You can't win. You can't win on your own at the trial tomorrow. What is that supposed to mean? I have something definitive that you lack, and working together is the definition of teamwork. It's the power to find the truth. The truth. In order to understand this case, you have to understand a certain truth. Well, if you ever feel the need for my assistance, it is available to you. I'm not in charge of this case, so I can be a bit more generous with information. Just what is going on inside his head? A lot of things may have happened, however Manfred Von Karma was still my mentor, and a perfect win record is proof of a Von Karma. 1 year ago, you could not establish guilt in a few cases. Are those losses the reason you suddenly disappeared from the prosecutor's office? Did you leave because you had lost your perfect win record? To think your motivation for prosecuting trials was so selfish. It'd have been better for everyone if you never came back from the dead, Edgeworth. I see. Let me ask you something. Why do you stand in the courtroom? What is your reason? Well, with Franziska, she almost always says, I will defeat you this time the instant she sees me. But the courtroom is not a personal battlefield for prosecutors and lawyers. I stand in the courtroom to defend my client, to save their lives. To save your client, you say. Those who think of only their own ego-driven goals, those kind of prosecutors are reprehensible to me, even if you're a prodigy, or someone like you, Edgeworth. It looks like there's still a lot you have yet to learn. A lot I have yet to learn. Me? Well, that's enough for now. The time when you will see is coming soon enough. Okay. You have information to share? You want to tell me about this? Put a little thought into what you show me, Mr. Phoenix, right? Okay, well... How about her? Someone is another key to solving this case. Do you really think so? She was Adrian Andrews' mentor a long time ago, but she was suddenly called away by a different show and became Juan Carita's manager. And then, a few months later, Celeste Pax died. But her death was ruled a suicide, right? Yes, but there is still one riddle we've yet to solve. A riddle? Her suicide note. It went missing. No one could find it. A suicide note that just vanished, huh? Here we go. Miss Pax's death was most certainly a suicide. Of that there is no mistake. However, we could not find her suicide note. That's when the police began to suspect that someone had hidden it. The note? But how do you know that Miss Pax had ever written such a note? There was no solid evidence, however. We did find traces of ink on her right index finger, which means the likelihood of a suicide note very high. But who would hide such a thing? The police think it was Mr. Juan Carita himself. The victim? He was the one who found her body, which makes him the only person who had a chance to hide her note. Mr. Carita hid his own manager's suicide note, but why? As long as her note is missing, any speculation beyond this is meaningless. For now, I think you should look at this over. This is the suicide report. Part 1, anyway. Part 1. Part 1? I don't like to look through reports. I like suicide reports even less. Worst of all are the reports that have multiple parts like that one. That has two parts. What you just handed me was the first part of the report. Here's the second. The second part of the report is about an attempted suicide. The attempter's name? It's Adrian Andrews. Miss Andrews, what did she do? She tried to kill herself? She doesn't seem like the kind of person to try and kill herself, though. You think she's a strong career woman? That's just what she wants you to think. Adrian Andrews, she has a certain secret she's always trying to hide. A secret? Her dependent nature. That's what she's really like on the inside. Miss Andrews, dependent. Talk about the exact opposite of what that woman is. What's this about Miss Andrews having a dependent nature? Adrian Andrews' attempt at suicide was a few days after the death of Celeste Pax. And why did Adrian Andrews think about committing suicide? Because she had apparently lost her will to live. Lost her will. But why would she? Her pillar of strength, her mentor Celeste Pax, was gone forever. That's why. Why would that? Is this what they call following someone to the grave? After her attempted suicide, Adrian Andrews started attending counseling sessions. She is someone who needs a person in whom she can trust absolutely, and once she finds that person, she'll do anything she can to keep them near. Without such an anchor in her life, her crippling anxiety stifles her ability to live. And that's the nature of her dependency on others. When Celeste Pax suddenly committed suicide, the world before her turned pitch dark. That's according to Adrian Andrews herself. Then that means her super confident attitude. It's all a facade. She's only copying her mentor's behavior to hold herself together. How terrible. So that's part 2. I feel like we got everything that we need. I mean, I don't know, can I just present this? But we did get enough information. Appearances can be deceiving. It is such a cliche saying, but it's cliche because it's true. Miss Andrews, I think that behind that unwavering brave front, she's been hiding this weakness and fear. Okay, where else can we go? I guess we go back. I mean, we have some information on Celeste now, for Adrian. Oh, okay. Oh, Miss Andrews is here. It looks like she's talking with someone. That's Franziska von Karma. Miss von Karma? What are you doing here? Well, you see, I'm his lawyer, so you got some nerve following me around. Following you? That's you, Miss von Karma. You're the one doing the following. Pearls. You're always following after that Mr. Detective with the little beard. Me? Following after Scruffy? Don't make me laugh. Let me show you something interesting, little girl. Well, what is that? An electromagnetic receiver. I planted a tracking device on that detective. But this... I know that fool's every move. So is that because you're following her? Following him? So you're following him. So that noise we heard was this receiver. I feel really sorry for poor Detective Gumshoe now. Now then, let's stop wasting time. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. What are those two talking about? Miss Andrews, she seems a little dazed, doesn't she? Well, let's present the tabloids. Or let's present... Did you know the victim, Mr. Kurita? Yes, I knew him. The world is such a small place, after all. Did you know about his rivalry with the Nickel Samurai? Honestly, they were like children when it came to that. Time and time again, those two competed with each other over the most trivial things. If either one of them wasn't so stubborn, then maybe no one would have needed to die. That sounds like you did something, little lady. I've got a hunch that this woman knows more than she's letting on. She must know why Juan Kurita was killed. Tell me more. Do you have any ideas as to why Mr. Kurita was murdered? Why would you ask me about such a thing? I'm just doing my job, so do you have any ideas? Yep. 4, of course. Miss Andrews? Sorry, but there's nothing more I have to add to this conversation. Is it a Cyclops, Mr. Nick? Yes, there's getting to be more and more of these lately. I think you have enough information. We'll try it.
Take that!
Alright. Why was Juan Kurita murdered? You asked me? I think you know the reason he was killed. Why are you hiding things? Don't you realize you're putting Mr. Engard's life in danger by your actions? Why do you have questions for which I have no answers? The truth is, I was not that close to Mr. Kurita. You were not that close. That's right. I've never been good at being intimate with another person. You are not good at being intimate with another person? Somehow, I highly doubt that. Okay, well... I'm very bad with connecting with people. They're so depressing for the most part. Especially the... Oh, shoot, well... Well, I guess we'll present the article then. You and Mr. Kurita had an intimate relationship, did you not? A silly third-rate tabloid article. If you even had half your wits about you, you wouldn't believe such rubbish. Well, it seems quite a few people have already bought into this story. As to be expected in a world filled with crooks and liars. Note to self, stay on your good side. In any case, I despise interpersonal relationships like that. I see. However, what if there was a need for you to get close to someone? Me? Need to get close to Mr. Kurita? As if there was ever such a need. Can you get close to Mr. Kurita for this person's sake? Now we present. There we go. Celeste and Pax, your mentor. How do you know about Celeste? Miss Impax. She committed suicide, didn't she? It looks like no one knows why. Oh, she's like, you can see her slowly. Right before her death, she was Juan Kurita's manager, so I believe you got close to Mrs. Kurita so you could find out more about her suicide. You have a great imagination. You may have a future yet as a slimy muckraker for a putrid third-rate tabloid. Miss Andrews? There was no mystery surrounding her death. It would be pointless for me to force myself into a relationship for nothing. Is that really true? Was there really no mystery at all? And I believe you were completely at ease with the way her suicide was resolved. Because there's no note.
Take that!
Miss Impact's suicide note was never found, was it? It looks like the police were under the suspicion that someone had hidden it. Like maybe the person who discovered her body, Mr. Kurita. Juan? And Miss Andrews, I believe you thought the same thing. That is why you became intimate with Mr. Kurita. I sat by quietly and listened to your insulting ramblings long enough. It's true that Celeste was my mentor, however, allow me to say this again. It had nothing to do with me. I didn't even know that her suicide note was never found. I'm a person who doesn't care about what goes on in the lives of others. That's the impression you like to give. However, I don't think that's who you really are. What? I have evidence that says otherwise. This is proof that Celeste Impacts was someone very special to you.
Take that!
Miss Andrews, you nearly went through with it too, didn't you? Went through with what? Ending your life. Miss Andrews, you look and act like a very strong woman who has it all together. You don't ask for anyone's help, relying on yourself. Yes, I've been very independent since I can remember. However, that is all just a lie, a facade. You've always searched for out people on whom you can depend on. You were dependent on Miss Impacts, weren't you? Which is why, when she passed away, you lost everything you had. Stop. When Celeste passed away so suddenly like that, I died a death of my own. But, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop thinking about what had become of her note. You must have heard about the police report, the one that said the police suspected Mr. Kurita of hiding Miss Impacts' note. You heard about it, and thought to recover it from him by getting close. Am I right? If that's the case, then everything changes. Well, what do you mean? What topic did we start this conversation on again? It was why was the victim killed? Exactly. Somehow, Miss Andrews, it seems that you have become the one with the reason to want Mr. Kurita dead. Me? Miss Impacts was everything to you. And then she died. And then you would do anything to find out why she was killed, why she killed herself. Even commit murder. Murder. It's true. I'm a woman who can only live in insecurity. I'm physically small and I don't really have a lot of self-confidence. I pushed against all that though. I tried to live strongly. I never wanted anyone to find out the truth. Miss Andrews. It's the one thing I want to take with me to the grave. It was my secret. Mine and mine alone. I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a worthless human being right now, don't you? Please, Miss Andrews. All I want to know is the truth. After Celeste passed away, I heard that someone had hidden her suicide note. And on that someone was Juan Kurita. Celeste. Without her, I became scared. Everyone seemed like they were out to get me. So you got close to Mr. Kurita to recover her suicide note, correct? Looks like that tabloid reported the truth after all. Ironic, isn't it? Well, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. And if they purposely add fuel to the fire, they keep the celebrity world burning. But as for the note, I didn't and wouldn't kill anyone for it. It just doesn't suit me, that's all. Well, that's enough for now. I still have work to do, so I understand. Oh, I have one small favor to ask. My attempted suicide, I'd like for you to keep it a secret. Miss Andrews. If people find out about my weakness, I would sooner choose to die than live. Oh, alright, I understand. We'll keep it a secret. Miss Andrews. I guess she's the overthinking type. She probably never says anything without carefully thinking it through first. Thank you for your discretion. Mr. Nick, can I ask you something? What is it? Miss Andrews has always been playing with that card in her hand since a little while back. I've noticed that too. That card. Yeah, I guess she has. Miss Andrews, what is that card you're holding? Huh? Oh, this? I don't quite know. It just suddenly appeared in my handbag. What is it? It looks like a seashell. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I honestly don't remember owning this card. I wonder where I picked it up from. Or not remembering something clearly? Sounds like it would be a rare occurrence. Well, I must be off. I leave Mr. Engard in your capable hands. Why'd you say capable, quote unquote? Well, I think we gathered about all we can. Well, what about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Oh, Pearls, she looks so worn out by all this. She hasn't slept at all. Has been walking all over the place with me today. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Now let's go back to the office for a little while. You're really tired, right? Oh, no. I'm okay, really. I'm fine. I really am. You don't look fine to me. So, what now? Well, we did find one thing out for sure. Miss Andrews has a motive. I mean, Miss Impact's suicide note. That's right. She was also the one to discover the victim's body. Clever. Ah, Mr. Nick, the transceiver. Hello? Wright & Co. Law Offices. Mr. Attorney, you're not answering a phone. But Maya, where's Maya? As I promised, I have not gone within a few feet of her this whole time. Ooh. Which is why I suppose she is absolutely famished. What? So I suggest you win a quick requital, my friend. At any cost, wouldn't you agree? Wait, Maya, let me hear her. Very well. Ask my... Maya, is that you? Sis. Ask my sis. Maya. Damn it, he cut me off. Mystic Maya said, ask my sis, didn't she? Sis? What did she mean by that? Come on, Phoenix. You're a hopeless one. Sorry. She transformed so quickly. Mia, I have a message from Maya, so come. Ask me anything you want about her. How's Maya? She's safe, for now. That kidnapper is one to keep his word, it seems. I'm glad to hear she's safe, but Mia, how did you... As soon as she was locked up, Maya called for me. I read the note she left, then I gathered as much information about her surroundings as I could. I didn't know you could use it, spirit channeling like that. Pretty smart of her. The kidnapper, what's he like? I don't know. Apparently, Maya went to answer a phone call at the hotel and was drugged there. And? She didn't see the face of her attacker. Ugh. Maya's locked up in a very dark place right now. I'll tell you everything I heard when I was with her. When you were with her. Oh, I'm starving. I could really go for some apple pie. I mean, at a time like this, sweets are the only way to go. I'd stay positive. He promised he wasn't going to kill me. I'm not going to die. Sis, I wonder if you're with Nick right now. Oh, this is right now, isn't it? What's this? Feels like there's a lot of glass bottles here. And these feel like barrels. Too bad, I'm really hungry and not really thirsty. There's all sorts of things piled up here, but it's too dark to see. Don't look dark to me. Got some light. Oh shit, the card. Huh? Someone dropped a card here. That looks like a business card. There's no name on it. The exact same card Adrian has. It's a picture of a seashell, I think. What a strange card. Drat, it's locked. But this door's lock seems easy enough to open. On TV, the hero always uses a plastic card or a stiff piece of cardboard. And click, they magically open the door. What if there's a card like that around here? You just walked over one. Ah, that's it. The shell card. If I use this, then maybe I can get the door open. This might be my key out of here. I had a feeling this card might be useful. I'm such a genius. Alright, now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Kidnapper. Click. I did it. Okay, now I'm getting the heck out of here. I shouldn't keep Nick waiting, or worried. Oh, that's all we're getting out of that? Okay. Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Mia, you must get a complete acquittal today. I know, but I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. It's him. This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya. She's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait. The kidnapper sent me a present. Mr. Lawyer dude? Who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Oh, where's Francisco? Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor, please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. You must tell me something, then please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has. This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. Oh shit. What? Just shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. Is present. Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Ooh. I thought he'd show up. Hey. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Francisco Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Oh, the boys are back. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Matt on guard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling on for my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Witness, your name and occupation. My name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to earn my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe. Prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth, my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Carita, was found dead in his hotel room After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. Definitely? At first we thought there was something suspicious about the guitar case. However, we later found that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room. Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Give me one moment here. Are you sure? No. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. and ended around 8, and there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony. Detective? Alright, we already read all this. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's a defendant, Madame Guard's manager. She's a real pretty lady, sir. Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. On Guard. After visiting his room, she went next to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. You see, and that's when she found the victim's body. After looking into the cause of— oh wait, I already read all these. Let's see here. The cause of death? Wasn't that because of Mr. Corita was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention will be drawn here, to the bandana. Bandana. His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped right tightly around his neck, sir. Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murder on our hands here. Strangled with a scarf and stabbed with a knife. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. And what would that be? And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar, and we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but... The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory then. However, alright, what convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corita, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So the guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Man on Guard? Because there was reason enough to suspect them. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well, Detective Gumshoe. Please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Why arrest on Guardy? Man on Guard and Juan Corita were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume and was found in Mr. On Guard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. No, that can't be it. Those are steak knives, no? So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. Gatewater is engraved. How, well, I mean, it was premeditated. Wouldn't you have like your own knife, right? We'd had this similar thing back in case 5 and then game 1. And there's this button that was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And this button is also covered in blood? Yes, and we know that blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? All this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Grr. Grr. Alright, here we go. I mean, we can just probably go straight to it. Premeditated, I think not.
Objection!
Wait a second. Well, what? So the basis of your argument is that this was a premeditated murder. That this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand? That's right, pal. Defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Well, take a good look at the handle of this knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel, dingus. The Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit that this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough to not realize this. But I didn't know. Uh-oh. No, and not Gumshoe. The question is, where did this knife come from? Well, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Kurita's room. Your Honor, you idiot. Sorry, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what's on top of the table. There's a knife and fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Man on guard. Knife missing. Especially what was on top of the table, his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Unguard's knife was missing. Ugh. Mr. Ungard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was, in fact, a premeditated murder. Boom, gotcha, you stupid bitches. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. It seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. Murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? He means evidence that the court hasn't seen it. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. The answer with something wrong here, the gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of defeat. Ringing out to our sound of defeat? Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? I think one thing does stand out, because we looked over the wine glass, I think. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention, something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time, I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I'm giving you one chance, and only one. What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us. We now present one and only one. Look, the whole ass bar. Now then.
Take that!
This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? Oh, well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth? What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. You don't need my opinion, because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place, by the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? I mean, we have to argue against it. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. I just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. We turn the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Isn't it like fingerprints? Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then. Of course it has been thoroughly inspected. For fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were one of one Adrian Andrews. What? That is why I said the person that discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? Grr, I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Carita. Upon seeing his body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. Grr. I thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. From here on out, I will show you the answer I've come to discover. But wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What role is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? He wants absolute proof that, oh my god, yep, here she is. Now the witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Gotcha. I wonder what happened to that common composure earlier. Oh, edgy boy, it's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand? I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm going to tell you everything, anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all the court needs to know. Oof. Shush, I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Yes, madam. No, please by all means interrupt her, please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on security detail at the hotel the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone's crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Carita. But those two were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well, please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Okay, I know there's a trophy related. I gotta be sure I press the right statements for this one. Hold on, where is that? Okay. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know? Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard. Man on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. So Mr. On Guard came out of the victim's room. See, it has to be him. He's the murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Something you were interested in? And just what was that? It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know? It's top secret between me and Juan. And Edgy Poo, of course. Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? But shouldn't it prove relevant? We can always have it appended to her testimony later. Looks like we shouldn't force it right now. Right. And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye on the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard, man on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. You saw my client? Are you sure about that? Yes, say. Really? Annoying brat. When I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Person's face. What was he wearing? Carrying. Ooh. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are, really, as if someone like that matters. But it does. Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he's always wearing. That racing jacket. He was wearing that at the detention center too. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men. Right. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? Yeah, because like the button was found in his outfit, but if he wasn't wearing the outfit, according to old bag here, very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor. And perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important? Don't you see, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright, witness, please. Ah well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must... Flashy racing jacket. So... But a button was found in his Akama, like his I guess the outfit. Nickel Samurai outfit? Miss Old Bag. Well, what? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? It's button number 2 on the Gem Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it as she identified it in a single glance. Give it here. Give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Guard's body during a full body search. See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal on guard. It was caught up in the pleats of his Nickel Samurai Hakama pants. See? And on guard is the Nickel Samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say that the defendant, man on guard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? I'm so sorry. Sorry you judge people based on what they wear. I wore the trendiest dress, and maybe you think I'd be the grossest woman. Okay, you'd agree this outfit's hideous, right? I got a tape recorder stuck to my chest, let me tell you. It's heavy, so heavy I wish we could have switched the CDs ages ago, but I'm keeping that dream alive for all those kids out there, and I work hard with my face, don't you understand? Now take a look in the mirror. Your clothes are as interesting as a documentary on Curly. You take a trip or 10 from... Okay. Now hold your tongue still for one second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. On Guard, the man. But Mr. On Guard, the Nickel Samurai? When you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway. Miss Soulbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Edgy Poo, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. This ain't important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. Alright, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Alright, so this is where the trophy comes into play here. I gotta press the right statement for it. On guard. Yes, now I remember. Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yeah, so it would have been inconvenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to the post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know? So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Do you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Youngins today, I told you, there is no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so. What I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may now cross-examine the witness. Before I do that, though, I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm going to stretch my legs. I will BRB. Okay, we're back. Let's continue. So we need to press him on press old bag on one particular statement. I'll save here though. Yeah, I guess I'll look for that statement first, I guess. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not? Not too long ago? Let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I, wanted to be Judge Wagner, here at the public's court. So what? See? And look where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you? Well, what I said earlier, who puts any weight into things like that? And now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? All that matters is that that man was inside the costume. Isn't that enough? There it is. Okay. Now we continue on. Yes, it would be convenient for him. Hold on. Then the knife has, the knife has Engarde's fingerprints, so he couldn't have been wearing the costume.
Objection!
Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. You're trying to scare me with that. I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's a knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? No, you have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? That's exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at, and whose car are we driving? Mr. Engarde really wasn't in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder. Then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right. The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his glove off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. However, there's one possibility. Let's hear a possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? Well, let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. And at this point, are there any problems with his theory? Why would he bring a knife there, then? He had no intention of killing him, right? This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. Well, what are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Engarde was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Yeah, the knife.
Take that!
This knife. This was used by Mr. Engarde at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corito. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant had no intent to murder. Held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees in a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order, I say, order in the court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? To frame, right? What else? It's to frame my client, Mr. On Guard, of course. To frame. Oh, aren't you forcing the interpretation a little too hard on this one? We just established that the witness saw the nickel samurai in costume, and if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. What witness? Looks like I made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Ijipu? Witness, did you or did you not really see the nickel samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but oh my god, are you saying you mixed Mr. On Guard with the nickel samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around the floor in front of the doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then? It's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Kurita. Am I correct, witness? Haha. The way you think, you're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So old bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Kurita. Maybe, Phoenix. Maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Miss Oldbag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? I mean, it has to be Adrian, because she follows them tabloids. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. On Guard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is... Well, this is... I see. The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. And this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn confidentiality stuff then. Witness? What in the world are you? Watch out, Phoenix. I got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. I'm about to drop the biggest bomb you're gonna see. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Miss Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this, however, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then, witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. It's gonna take the wind out of you youngins. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. Hey, robot, what's up? How you doing today? How are you this fine evening? That On Guard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such a dirty trick, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet. Okay? The defendant sent his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court. What, nobody is above gossip? And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip. Should this be true, this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Other than your allergies making your eyes feel like you've been crying all day, aw, it is. I mean, it is springtime now. Be sure to take your Reactin or whatever allergy medicine you use. Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited now. That's right. On Guard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Your gift is coming along together very goodly. Ooh, looking forward to it. Super excited. What'd you do, huh? Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. That's true, then how do you know this secret information? Oh, well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drill a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that bat get such a secret piece of information? Oh, is it this? Tabloid article about the victim was in the case. Yeah, okay. So no one else is supposed to know the secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag? Well, what are you looking at me like that? Stop that. Witness? I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Ah, that's it. That's the note. No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil on guard. She said so herself. On guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Alright. Edgy Poo, you believe me, don't you? Go. I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I never taken anything else before. You really should come to a supply of cheese to match with your vintage wine. Well, it's only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? Hell no. Pile on more pressure. Hell no. If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? This is stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag? I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. She stole the camera too, most likely. Miss Oldbag? That note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me. Why, witness? What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it's only logical that you have the camera too. Yeah. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? That's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you, I fall in love, and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of picture she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. Arrest her. Take her away. Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry. You must examine them at once. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. Well, what does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant, however. In his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that's the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? This photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's something strange with it. The pants at the bottom. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree that there's nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, you should need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo and can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Oh, hold on, let me save first. This is a... Oh, I can't save. Should be fine, though.
Take that!
I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. Well, what are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costumed person in this photo could not have been Mr. On Guard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate, with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. You can see his feet, yep. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, Nickel Samurai is clearly holding up his hakama just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh, what is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all? Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not man on guard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. You don't feel that way because he's about the truth, he's not about winning anymore. I figured it would come to this. What? Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not man on guard. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix, it's very simple. What you should be focusing on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who was the person in this photograph? I mean, the only other relevant person that it could be that may have some... has to be her. Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short, and she can freely move in and out of Mr. Ungard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ungard that night. And how does that all add up? It means it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Ungard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is that you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order, order, order. It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness. It means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day? Ah. If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya. Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. Oh, what am I supposed to do? The judge is about to... Adjourn the court. Now then.
Objection!
Please, Your Honor, continue this trial. You must pass a verdict today. I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she is not... I abhor wasting such a valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Tis, unexpected development? I think you underestimated me, Your Honor. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all, happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. Whoa. What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Right, we keep going. Trial 2-2. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way, not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person that had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also planted that blood-covered button near her comma. Because she was the one that came to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Carita. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial is over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze. Okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix? Do you think her motive is related to Celeste Impax's missing suicide note? Right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impax as her strength and reason to live. Then Miss Impax suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Carita, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Carita, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. One thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about the relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issue with regards to Miss Impax, Edgeworth? It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. Prosecution calls a witness subpoenaed by the court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Carita's room. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Man on Guard. I see. Now then, before I begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I never even heard of Gossip Land. The judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Carita. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. But didn't drink it. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yeah, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offenses, the instant this trial is over. Understand? Okay.
Hold it!
You were in shock? What, was it not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock, and you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow I don't think that beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as the crime photo. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There was no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock, and that's when you poured yourself in a glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. That's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Oh shoot, no, I meant to press her. Miss Andrews? I'm convinced that as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's just kind of embarrassing. When I went to set the glass down in the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower of a vase over. A flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Well, why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought this crime scene was already disarray, and people would simply assume the vase was another part of the mess. It looks like yet another fact that's coming to light here. Please have anything else that you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. Hold on. I mean, you still got some information out of it, but I don't know if it's the right one. Let's see here. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse, so I set the glass as I was holding him down on the dresser, and that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. Doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned her earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. These look like, I mean, we did get some information out of it, so... There was a new statement. Let's see if it contradicts with anything we have on hand. Only the lid. Empty. But the crime scene photo had it open, right? Where's the crime photo? And that would make sense, right? For the... Well, let's try. I think that it might be the...
Objection!
It has to be. He testified... Right, because it would have fallen onto the, well, it's... Hold on, I'm just trying to process my thinking now. Testified that you knocked the flower vase over, is this correct? Yes, and are you sure it fell into the guitar case? Right. But the case... There's nothing inside. Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case is wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell into the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case would have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case. And what is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. It was open. And empty. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. What is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not the outside the case. Ah. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time... That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say that she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found in the studio. That has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be, however... the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Yeah. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along. For now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. No prints were found on the case, right? Right, bears Juan's prints, but not hers. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. So, anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. God, I miss you. That's his actual thinking. They miss each other. Open the case. So we can present the guitar case because her prints aren't on there.
Objection!
There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. And why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victims. Ah. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves? Oh my god, she's all over the place. She's losing it. Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at that time? It was the night of the award ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now that I remember, I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. That's strange. You're wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Yeah, this. The juice you just poured, you say you poured yourself. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Oh, we broke her glove. Oh, she got a new pair. She's good. Order, order, order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe the guitar case plays a very important role here, but it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar. The bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case? What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean... It was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. Oh my god, Phoenix, please. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case... Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... No, Your Honor. Please, recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it was wide open in the photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you're so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why the guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar not being the only thing, you don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar would... So, you intend to push your theory that the case is not empty? Is that it, Wright? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours, you haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let us have it. What was inside the case at the time of the murder? I don't friggin... Okay, let me think. Based on what we have here... Let me think, what else do we have here? What would be in there? I mean... Only thing I can think of... Costume. Have we used this piece of evidence at all yet? Not directly. I know it's been used as a reference. Seems like Nickel Samurais confessed something after the poster. Oh, wait a minute. What if... Because I remember what's it called? Yeah, Matt said he didn't have any plans for a press conference. What if it was Juan? I think this might be right. So he had a costume in the guitar case. This is a photograph. Yes, but what's important is what's in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture, it doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is, inside the guitar case was a nickel samurai, the hero's very young costume. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? Oh, I guess that's that case as well. So, I mean, the reason why that costume's in there might be what I'm thinking of, but she happened to find the costume in there, I guess. I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. In the end, she managed to get the shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order. It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. So the real murderer was hiding inside the costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The nickel samurai's costume would have been Mr. Man on Guard's. Why would something of the defendants be in the victim's room, and inside the guitar case of all places? True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. Here we go. This is the reason why. Here we go. What was this nickel samurai's costume doing inside the guitar case? It wasn't stolen. Definitely a spare. It had to be a spare. Mr. Guard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 nickel samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought the spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? Victim, Mr. Makurita, was the Japan ninja. Why would he secretly bring the nickel samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. Oh, what are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the nickel samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. And then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the nickel samurai spare costume to the hotel was... Yep, so... This. The press conference after... What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the nickel samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the nickel samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. On Guard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Kurita himself. The victim? Yes. The spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Kurita was going to hold a press conference as a nickel samurai. He was going to dress up as a nickel samurai and hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I'm concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at the conference. The nickel samurai was going to confess something. By confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as a nickel samurai, was going to speak about Man on Guard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews? I can see why you're pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him? That was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the Japan ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looks like somehow Juan had it in his hand a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And do you know what the secret of Mr. Unguard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. Protect Mr. Unguard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light. Seems, Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor. I understand. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt I had to protect him. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit. The defense can find no fault with this testimony. I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my way into this and turn her logic upside down. Here we go. That was the murderer, huh? Right, so that leads to that. Did he have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder? You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. And then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin Ninja's costume. You're talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt Hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Irk. Looks like you're outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Think it's me, you can still look at me. The nicey stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. The button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads of the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit perfectly together perfectly, or so I heard. I heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that just because I'm a partner you're not. Arg. Strangle with a scarf, stab with a knife. I mean, he was strangled. It couldn't have been in a big fight, right? Let's try this. I should save though, just in case. I mean, I just have a full bar, but let's just, you know, just for... This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. What does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume. When? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight, making the button more so like fabricated in a matter of speaking. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body. Order. What is the meaning? What is the meaning of this, right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not turned off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What was it? And the crime went on guard. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. On Guard. There is no way anyone who would put a bloodied button on their own pants. That's right, Mr. On Guard was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? Finally, I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet, not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. On Guard is... I mean, the only person of relevance at this time is... Zero Suit Samus. Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you. You are Mr. Kurita's killer. What? Order, Mr. Wright? This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All the evidence points to Miss Andrews. Well, how preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, naturally. A knife covered in defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had a dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. How many glasses are we gonna break today? Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? We already just established that, did we not? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only person who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. There's another pair broken. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as he fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could have only been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found in the guitar case. It was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaking any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was a classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. Another pair. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as he exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on earth can believe that this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You're absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination, by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. Anime court. Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. On Guard's room. Adrian Andrews? Yes? Alright, think hard about what we discussed. Understood? Yeah, okay. They talked about something, but we don't know what. That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. Also told Miss Andrews not to testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done. Hey, what's wrong, Wright? Are we finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer has proven up to this point is meaningless. Well, what? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurita? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, that would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, that is to declare a recess. A recess? I request that both the prosecution and defense look further into this matter. At tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? We don't have the tomorrow. We don't get a not guilty verdict today, then. Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth? Well, what are you... It's true, Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that's very true, but... Actually, there's one little thing I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting, slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, I thought that he would... When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay. Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix, and he felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought. I see. So you didn't think he was dead at all? To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so you went to pour him some juice, okay? He thought he fainted. I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state. I thought maybe he got into a fight with someone, and that's when he went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always has a hard time waking up, so Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink. And after that, what happened next? I mean, there's a whole knife on him. Like, she didn't see the knife to begin with? And the stain? Like, you didn't think... I think this might be it here.
Objection!
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? Ah. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Manangard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt. I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify, and your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Very well, then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Manangard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have you found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. Now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I'd like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Manangard.
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass on a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. Tisk tisk. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. I mean, because she's refusing to tell the truth, that's why. The absolute real truth? What are you? Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Manangard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? She lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Francisco von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word. No matter what happens, if you do, Manangard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging on to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please. Believe me, I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please, someone help me. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like you to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did, and what she did not do. And then think about who it is that the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Is that obvious? There's no one else that could be except the woman crying over there, right? Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix, right? I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this, not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I'd like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Gar will get an acquittal, but in his place, you will be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it is clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however. Oh, is he about to expose her? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth? This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop. Please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have all the evidence. I have the evidence right here. Ah, that's the second part of the suicide report, the attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I'll now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares me more than anything else in the world. Please stop, I beg you. If people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, then that is of no concern. God damn, Edgeworth. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I'll pull the truth from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk. But please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that's when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife, and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. Stab the body? With the knife? Why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but... this is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man, I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Carita, in the chest with the knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. But you could tell from the state that the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. Have a good night, Louie. Did you find your gem or not yet? That scarf is part of the Gem and Ninja's costume, so... No? Okay. Well, I'll be down to play tomorrow, so I'll help you. We'll help you hunt. So I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit. I couldn't see his face that well. Have a good night. Have a good day at work. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. All right. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan. He was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure they were right, so... That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then this would certainly turn their eye towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned it to the scene of the crime. So you're the one who stabbed the victim with the knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and plant it in Mr. Angar's-Hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. Lotta. An inconvenience. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. Old bag? That's Miss Old Bag for you. I'd already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear the costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is the secret? That, I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. But you forgot about the juice. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Angar's room and planted the button. Into Matt's Hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word. What is this? What does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt on guard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Franziska, huh? She said that I should under no circumstance confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain that she is not the killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not impossible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit? Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. Prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Oh, big hammer because Maya's dead. Today's trial. It's over. I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I ask you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wonder if I might look at one thing. Is it her card? That card in your hand. It had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this. Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright, I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card? Next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not. Hey, Duck Game, how's it going? about that card. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Nope. Witness that card. Give it to me. Hurry. Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? What does it mean? Tune in next time. Mystic Maya. Looks like a shell. There, Pearls. Hi. I can't take it anymore. Wah. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a non-guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't because Mr. Engard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up. We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So, hey, you guys. Glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearls' book now. Just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kinda busy right now. Yeah, it's definitely a shell, the card. So what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that, what am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. Engard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Hell yeah. Why am I surrounded by people who can only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? That was the first time I ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself. But I still think there was something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to? No, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Engard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. And then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. But that's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss Von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss Von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you going to visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you actually got it hard, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Let's let her go whip us, Mr. Nick. And now I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the hospital. Oh yeah. The Haughty Clinic. That name sends a chill down my spine. Like father, like daughter, right? Get shot in the exact same place. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Haughty Clinic. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? Hi. Wait a second, you're... yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes. Director Hottie. Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director? Francisca. How's Francisca von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes, yes, and that thing, that surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes, I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. And when I snuck up on her real secret like she would scream really loud. Yes. Excuse me. I see. But she's really cute too. When I do that, she whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes. But I think I could get used to it. Ma. Go back to your room. You're so mean, so mean. My frisky Friska. Well, that's good too. What? Okay. Hi. Yes. It's time for my IV drops. Yes. And what are those tools doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. The exact same shoulder, too. The exact same, yeah. Exactly the same shoulder. Because Manfred was also shot in his right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know? Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. By taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. On Guard, you told Miss Andrews not to testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof I made such a deal? You're denying it? Looks to you like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix, Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not, I have only one objective. To find On Guard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix, Wright. The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma. Agent Andrews believed you when he said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then On Guard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she's now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was... Ow. I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I have the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you want, but to go that far? But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you're really angry in court today. That's rare for you. That card. What in the world is it? Mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. Special Investigations Team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. They're tasked to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelly the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin. The best at that. Assassin? So who is this Shelly the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it's a part of his duty to his clients. His duty. If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I'll prepare a rescue team as soon as possible, and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edwards is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right, listen. You need to know something. Juan Carrito was killed by Shelly the Killer, and the client who ordered the job is mad on guard. Your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again, if anything should happen. If you'll excuse me. Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. Engard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess not. Maya. Please. All I ask is that you make it home, safe and sound. Yeah, I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up. I like how Nick does with everything in card. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Click. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. Whoa, what is this place? I got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Oh, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Oh, Celeste. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. It looks like there's something written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Celeste. I bet this could be a clue. What's this? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR. There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here. I mean, all we ask is, did he kill Juan? The assassin did. That's technically true. Yeah, 100%. Ugh, locked. Of course. It doesn't look like I can use a card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I could be able to crawl through here. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Yeah. It seems that you're right, Mr. Wright. That your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is. For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways, you mean? Dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way. You're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! Mr. Nick? Oh, yes, Pearls? I'll cop my thoughts about my situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left. You know? I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Ungard. I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. Talk to our boy. Sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Aw. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... Oh, you're Mr. Wright, aren't you say? Oh, yeah. There's a message here for you. A message? It's from man on guard. Ah, here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. A client's request. A client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. How do I get there? Wow, everyone looks really busy with something or another. They're probably just strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will you? Pass the victims list around. You gotta be kidding, there's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick? Is Mr. Guard really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Close to the hotel. Yeah, you're probably right. I didn't pay attention, clearly. Alright, now, Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Oh, you. This old bag. Don't devalue my name and turn to a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like a bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Mr. Edgy Boy. Just as he promised, but I was so much more valuable on Edgy Poo's heart, I want it all from me. It's all your fault. You awakened the wild beast inside of this old bag. Arrgh. Ah, Miss Old Bag. Keep your hands off me. This helmet is airtight. No air gets in and no air gets out. Why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions? You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. There we go. Sure is dark. I'll go turn on the light. Well, look where we are. Wow, so this is what Star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shu, the kitty cat. Shu! I guess, oh, so cute. I guess this is Shu. What a lovely cat. Hello, Shu. Tee. The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. Oh, look who it is. May I help you with something, Mr. Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Ungard's lawyer. The master's... Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. It's a pleasure to meet you. Meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you. So he has a butler to look after his cat. Why did he send me out here? I mean, just for, I guess for writing's sake, right? Yeah, the cat door, yeah. I mean, we know where this is. We know, I mean, it's already implied that Maya's just behind that door, or a few doors down. But I guess, I mean, either, I'm just trying to think of possibilities why On Guard would send us here, knowing that there's a butler to look after the cat. Maybe to give On Guard, or maybe to give the killer a face to Phoenix Wright. Although, you gotta keep an eye on the trial. Or, you know, maybe just like kind of like a reveal type of scenario for the, you know, for you, the player. Game has to game, exactly. You must know all sorts of things of Mr. On Guard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for the lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say, maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. On Guard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you got here. It is my duty to take care of him. Master rather fancies Shoe. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well then, I guess I don't need to scrap a piece of scrap paper anymore. Yep. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. So young and yet already so accomplished. A master of law. But there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler. In charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Wow. Now, if you'll excuse me. Let me in. There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. I bet it's for Mr. On Guard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shoe. The door. Locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep those people like me from entering it. And to prevent any sequence breaking. Maybe I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Ulbig, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgy poo. Ugh. Is that her perfume? Pheromone de more I smell. Ugh. Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so. You understand? I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. Looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know nothing's going to come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. She's back. What now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go into On Guard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is going to be there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Looks like we're the only ones in here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. So we can't go into On Guard, so we can definitely go into, Juan's room, right? Hey, city boy. Lotta, you're still here. Wrecking course. Investigative photographers eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know? Like something's always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Wreck given. A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear like a corn. Ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feet in the mouth, do you have mind your bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Here, take your camera. Or maybe, do I have it? I don't have it, do I? I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What, you're really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lada, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with them or two. With them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. Security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So, about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah. Can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about On Guard shoving his manager late into Kurita? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Ryan, whatever came to mind? Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull duders. Hey, what's with you? Why stare at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? My baby. My $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence. Refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't you? Spun a few good words for me and give me back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer with a camera it's just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. Make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right to me. Yep. Would you please just leave already? Good banter. Who's making that noise? Mr. Nick. Well, what? What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? Oh. I hate evil ghosts. Wow. I don't think it's a demon. A ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me? What do you think you're calling a demon, brat? Ah, zoinks. It's the alien. What are you calling an alien? I mean, you have the ray gun. Oh, just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here? What is wrong with you youngins today? I came here to pay my respects to my poor Juan. You're disturbing me. Oh, she was crying. Please talk to me about the night of the murder. Just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer in her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it. Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. You're going to take notes? At least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had the time to waste standing around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Kurita. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. On Guard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know? But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big, and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents, they're all bears, right? She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of Juan without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win. But after that fight, they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out, down by a river going hip. You sure can fight. You too, bub. You too. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. That's a badass bear. Uncle Bear and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. That startled me. Thought I was going to die for a second. 8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Transceiver. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya. How's Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you're not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good. No, Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else after all. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright? Then... a little... What's with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems... bad... Connect... Damn it. Did the transceiver just suddenly break? You'll excuse me. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Ah, Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. The sooner the better. What else can we talk to about this? Nobody to talk to. Maybe Gumshoe? Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice. Thanks. Rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've got to be kidding. Here, I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Alright, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick. You should ask Mr. Scruffy about that thing. Oh, what thing? Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it's fixed it? Maybe it fixed itself? That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Ace says, what up, Toad? Maybe. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference? Electromagnetic interference. So what is electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Huh? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV, and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. So that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like, like a listening device or something. Ah. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Kurita's room. The scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm going to sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later. Alright, pal? Wait, Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! You should be going too, Mr. Nick. Alright, let's go. Back to it, I guess. Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. And suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. The outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? You need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, I didn't say I didn't get one, just not what the police is. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper. Looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh, by who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back some memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Heart and soul? It'll work. Trust me, pal. It'll do the job, but you can't set the sensitivity. So it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. But isn't it better that way? Oh ho 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 ho. Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, may as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're going to find it, right? Right. Now first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press the X button to lock onto it. It's a lot. Okay, well, explanation. Cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here. Cell phone. What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry, I've never seen one before. Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Korean village. And Pearl's never lived outside of that village, so, well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. TV, computer, remote, rice cooker. That's an alarm clock, if I recall. Appliances. Ah, there you go. Was it bigger in this area? This is a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so do you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean? No, not yet, but this bear as I is. Let's see. A perfectly normally stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we got. No, you can't. Such a violent act. Rip. No. It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. Oh, what a emitter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff? So this tiny thing is a camera. Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else. Somewhere else. The footage is changed into radio waves and then is sent to that recorder. So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right. Running time of murder. So, what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage that the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time. Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m.? That was the time the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. And then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. So there was a camera in this bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Kurita this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh, Sniffle. Is there really no way to find out? I got it. Well, what? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? I'm going around to electronic shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me, even if I have to search all night. I'll find your man, pal. Spy camera and transmitter. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah. He's gone. Yep. Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Ah. You have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have yet to find her. So, there was a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, right? Huh? Do you know the stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. Maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can he really do that? Mr. Nick, can he really? Oh well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. See you soon, Wright. The bear's still there. Well, wait. What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. Besides that, Wright, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Kurita? The real killer? Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, Wright. Everything begins with the truth. Juan Kurita's real killer, Mr. Andrews passed. The kidnapper, whose sole condition is an acquittal from Mr. On Guard. And this card, Shelley the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. Is there a part 2 for this investigation? Yep. (9:14 p.m.) It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her. Don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. Okay, I think this is a good place for us to stop. It is almost 1 o'clock. So the plan is, if things work out, I do expect to do it for a Thursday stream. we will watch and react to the Nintendo Direct. So I'm gonna try and be a good boy and avoid everything throughout the day as best as I can. I don't think there'll be any new announcements. I mean, well, hopefully they'll give more details on some games that I'm thinking of. There may be, who knows, there might be some new games, we'll find out. After that, we're gonna finish up with this game. Again, we have, I think, yeah, whatever this investigation is, I'm sure the trial has 2 parts to it, I would think. Maybe 3, who knows. But, I think I will, yeah, the plan will be to finish up tomorrow. And if you have time permitting, we will, I guess, jump into some more wilds, I guess, play a little bit into the night. That will be the plan tomorrow, or later today, rather. So hopefully things work out in that manner. Oops. That was basically the trophy guide here. But, yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for hanging out here with me tonight. Whether you've been lurking or chatting or anything between your company is always appreciated as I continue to work through the good old backlog here. Yeah, so you know the plan. We will react to Nintendo Direct tomorrow on stream. Finish up, this is the last case, so we'll wrap this game up. And I guess we'll go from there. Okie doke. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna drop to sleep here, so I'm just gonna end stream here. Until next stream, hope you all enjoy your morning, your afternoon, your evening, your night, wherever it is that you are. As always, stay safe, stay healthy, do the best you can, be the best you can be, and all you take care of. Once again, I appreciate you all for being here. Until next time, have a good one. Ta-ta.